What's up, Dub Nation? Glad to be here. I am dealing with technical difficulties again with the side screen not working. I have to send that back in. It's defective. All right. I log in and right off the bat, got to deal with the conspiracy theory tweets. Welcome, Jules, but then again, you got to do better. Like I am an OCD journalist. Welcome, right? Kimbo knows. So I am an OCD journalist, and I demand the same of you guys. So you've got about 60 seconds before I delete. Let's pull up the back screen. If we can shock the world tonight, I feel like now I lost both my screens. Oh man, this is horrendous. If we can shock the world tonight, it's time to give Steve Kerr some flowers. If we can shock the world tonight, I think that's enough for me to really want to root for this team tonight. Because 2022 cemented Steph's legacy. Wouldn't that be neat if 2025's cemented Steve Kerr's legacy? That would be neat. I'm just saying. And we got one more commercial to go, I think. And I'm still dealing with my broken screen. Defective POS. When I get the screen back, I better see an explanation in the comments from Jules. Oh, nothing. Jules just wants to drop stuff. Okay. You're timed out. You don't do that, man. So Blue Wrench is going to be another tough night tonight. Going to be another tough night tonight. When we're not expected to win. Delete comments like mad as necessary. You have full permission. In fact, you can even time them out if you want to. Try not to ban anybody unless they're just really, like Minnesota Wolves courtside fan, racial slur on Draymond, that type of thing. Then go ahead and ban as needed. But as it stands right now, we're good. Now, I'm having a little difficulty because I don't have the thumbnail ready to go on Twitter, and I need to do 2 more tweets, and we're out of here. Probably one more commercial. All right. Tweeting out now. That didn't work. Okay. And I got one more. One more for the Instagram. Thanks for sharing. Who's next? I feel like Let's see. 2 more tweets because I needed to post one more thing from Steve yesterday, the Zoom call that he had yesterday. Forgot to post that. And one more. We got Scott Foster tonight, by the way, as a referee, so that's kind of neat. I like him. He's my favorite.
Let's talk about what we can do when we do it together. We're with you, start to finish, so you can drive your company to the leading edge. At PwC, we build for what's next.
All right. Wow, Price Waterhouse has a commercial? Wow. That'd be unheard of in my time when I used to work there. Yes, I used to work at freaking Price Waterhouse. Isn't that crazy? Five more seconds, I guess, for Instagram to post my post. Wow, this is slow. So we got Screaming A. Smith. Perkins, haven't come up with a demeaning nickname for him yet. And Bob Myers. So Scott Foster, Guthrie is mid. And Mitchell Ervin is actually all right. All right, referee assignments. Foster's the best in the NBA. Guthrie is mid. So he's liable to give Draymond a technical. Although Foster could overturn it. And Mitchell Ervin's actually pretty good. He's my top 10. Pretty sure he's in the top 10. Box score. Knicks got down by 20 against the Celtics again, but this time could not come back. No turnovers. What's up, everybody? Kimbo. What time will the game start? Right now. Andrew Lee, what's up? What's up, everybody? I think Jimmy needs to score 40 or 50. Well, guess what? I don't think so. So, right? So why predict? Don't do the crap thing. Stop it with the crap. What does that stand for? Comparisons, rankings, awards, predictions. What's up, Samantha? Draymond, Arbel on Twitch. Carol. Oh, cool. Okay. That's, yeah. Good profile pic. Get Mike away from the keyboard. Huh? What does that mean? Something wrong with my mic? Speak in English. Do you speak English? I'm really not having it. I'm not having it with the lame comments tonight. So Blue Wrenchers, no lame comments tonight. Delete all lame comments. Thank you. Here, we're about to jump the ball in. A lot of seats empty with the t-shirts there. Trayce Jackson-Davis, who got the start, won the tip against Rudy. Yay! Here we go, guys. Trayce wins tip. Yay, he got the start. I thought Kuminga would start. Oh, well. Jimmy missed it. Trayce. Oh, offensive foul on Trayce. Looks like he knows it because he is not objecting to it. Let me rewatch that one. Oh, yeah, he pushed Rudy completely. Randle beats Draymond. Wow. Okay. That worries me. He beat Draymond? Wow. A little worried by that. They're working around Podz to Buddy. Buddy up top, Draymond. Extra pass, Jimmy. 3 on the shot clock. Hand grenade, Draymond. Bricked it, and Podz got a rebound. Yay, Podz. And Jimmy into the paint. Oh, he's looking aggressive. Jimmy curl floater. Looks aggressive. 2-2. Conley down the lane. Alley-oop goes too far. And Rudy stepped way out of bounds. Rudy tightroping. I'll pay money to watch Rudy tightrope. That was hilarious. All right, Buddy, over to Podz. Podz throws it away. What are you doing? Come on. Can't have that. Golly. That was bad. All right, Draymond on Randle again. Curled Ant and drives in. Missed it. Another one. Smoked it. And Rudy tips it out. Got lucky. Playing pinball with that ball there. And I got somebody doing yard work nearby. Very noisy. Draymond trying to post up Randle. Randle doesn't let him. Finally gets it in the corner. Looking for Buddy. Got Buddy at the nail. Shoot it. Missed it. So another miss by Buddy. Or one miss. He's had one miss tonight. Missed the 3. Ant got a rebound. We're not getting the loose rebounds. Fadeaway baseline. Buddy knocks it away from Rudy. Out of bounds. So good help by Buddy. Would have been a dunk had he not done that. And they got 13 on the clock. Baseline inbound over to Rudy. Up top, Jaden. Jaden and Jimmy. Kick it. Ant right side with Draymond helping. He sidesteps a 3. Swish over Buddy. And Draymond throws it right at oh, my goodness. Horrendous turnover. Not even looking at you. 3-ball Mike Conley. Draymond, what are you doing? Two to 8. I mean, we don't deserve to win with Steph had we done that. Like, these are mindless turnovers. Mindless. Trayce in the paint against Rudy scores. Good cut by Randle, and Draymond cut him off. Beautiful defense by Draymond. Waking up a little bit there. Randle gets switched on to Trayce. Fadeaway no good. Podz rebound. And Jimmy goes to the paint. He's got Rudy on him switch now. He will keep dribbling it in the corner. He's looking around. Trayce cuts, nothing there. Jimmy inside. One leg fade, got it. So Jimmy looking super aggressive tonight so far, which is good. 6-8. Conley gets around Podz, out to Randle, short, on the run. Jimmy rebound, but he can't hold it very well, so he has to slow it down. High screen Trayce gets to the paint again, gets the switch over to Draymond. Draymond finds Trayce. Beautiful find. Over Ant, too small. And it's 8 apiece. Buddy way outside on Ant. Over to Mike right side. Screen Rudy. Gets to the paint. Kick it to Ant. Head of steam. Euro step right by everybody. Another beautiful Euro step by Ant. Dray. Dribble handoff. Podz. Got to make that. Short. No good. Against Rudy. And Ant one-on-one Draymond, right side. Wow, he's really going to go? Nope. He gets it to Randle. Randle head of steam. Pushes Trayce away. Buddy Stale's there. Oh, Draymond. Oh, Scott Foster got it right. That's why I like Scott Foster. He doesn't screw those up. So he tried to take a charge, Trayce did. Buddy helped. Swiped off of Randle. Let's see. Off of McDaniels, maybe. Yeah, off of Randle. That's why I like Foster. He doesn't screw those up, and he has good rapport with the players. So. Trying to type in my notes in the description. So we got a timeout, by the way. 10-8 Minnesota. Can't really complain about this so far, other than the turnovers, which were mindless. 2 mindless turnovers. And that's probably the reason why we're down 10-8 early. 6:57. Man. RG's in the house. They're talking about the typing. Tough shit. My notes in the description and comments far outweigh anything else. So I'm not taking any shit today. Reminder, Blue Ranches, delete or timeout lame comments. Thank you. We get another turnover. Again. A turnover by Draymond again? What are you doing? Do we need to sub you out? Horrendous. What are you doing? And they scored again. I got no words, man. We don't even have the most egregious baker, which is the chef. Gary has to shoot over Rudy. Difficulty of 9. I don't understand that one. Oh, man. Dunk by Rudy. We're shooting ourselves in the foot. We've made 4 bad mistakes so far. Trayce pushed Rudy on the first play of the game. 2 turnovers by Draymond. And a floater by Gary over Rudy? With the shot clock at like 14? I don't understand that. So you got to show me something more than that. Holding as Kuminga comes into the game. I just want to see some smart basketball, like Indiana Hoosiers type stuff. We don't have Steph, so do some Indiana Hoosiers. Draymond over to Brandon. By the way, Quentin's in the game. He is dribble over to Draymond, over to Gary. Nobody's moving. Everybody's watching. Gary late shot clock. I mean, why pass the ball to Gary and just look at him? Draymond is just sleepwalking out there. So we've done 5 boneheaded things. Ant gets down the lane, scores. Like I said, should have started JK on Ant, but they wanted to go with Buddy still. All right, I would have started Buddy. JK instead of Trayce. JK shoots a 2. Nice. Fire away, man. There's no bad shot for JK anymore. That was with 14 on the clock. I'm tired of it. QP, without looking, deflected Ant's pass to the baseline. So their ball, but knocked it away. I don't think Kuminga has a bad shot tonight, you know, like anything. The way that we're playing, like can't even do an entry pass. Throw the ball to the other team 2 times. Randle draws a foul on Quentin. And push Rudy in the back in front of everybody. Like Jonathan Kuminga taking a bad shot is like, you know, 5th or 6th worst thing you can do. So he has the full green light from me tonight. Jonathan has full green light. Randle hits the first. What are we down right now? 17-10. Feels like we're down double digits because of the just mindless basketball. I mean, although I could give them an excuse, which is this isn't really our identity. This is the first game we're playing, so it's kind of like preseason. So don't forget that. Podz, elbow, missed another one. That guy can't hit the ocean, neither can Moses. So, and then they throw it away, which is the good thing about Minnesota. They make some mindless turnovers as well. I look at Minnesota as the wannabe Celtics. They love to shoot threes and very undisciplined, even worse so than obviously Boston. Jimmy with the crazy shot, but draws a foul on Nas, so he'll go to the line. I don't even know how. He got the screen from Looney, got downhill, and forced the ref to make a decision on that. And Scott Foster gave us the even things out. He's a 90s ref, man, and I like it because he understands the feel of the game. Missed a free throw, though. Rattles in the second one. 11 to what, 18? Yeah, 11-18. Nikhil. Is that Nikhil? Yeah. And JK, Ant, and Gary. Gary gets a steal. Way to go, Gary. One-on-one. Jimmy throws it behind JK. JK with good encouragement, but we've done 6 mistakes. Well, this is our preseason game. And they went back court, but no call. I don't know if they really did. Pick and roll, Nikhil, floater, Rudy rebound, smoke the layup, but Kuminga will get called by Foster for a foul. This is a preseason game, man. That's the problem for us. It's tough. We got to shock the world somehow. Yeah. Nice. I've unleashed Kimbo. Kimbo's my Jonathan Kuminga. Actually, I don't even know what people said. What did people say? Yeah, this is the way it should be all the time. All right. Ant missed. JK attacks, draws a foul. Late call, Foster. Good move by JK. Late call, but good late call by Foster to see what would happen. That's 2 fouls on Nas. Catherine in the house. Ant with the semi-blitz by Loon. Nas with the can't catch it cleanly. Looney knocks it away. Beautiful defense by Loon. Over to Jimmy, over to Kuminga. Looks at a 3 but doesn't fire. Back to Jimmy. Good choice by Kuminga. Jimmy in the lane. Short. He knew it because he followed his shot, but too many bodies, too many trees, and Rudy got it. And then kickball, JK versus Nikhil with good pressure. Steph has the ball and dribbles it a million times. We'll take a timeout. 19-12, Minnesota. Ooh, Mission Impossible, May 23rd. Can't wait. I had a feeling we would be deleting a record number of comments tonight. I'm gonna give you, if I delete 5 more comments, then I'm gonna start timing out people, and we'll just upgrade it more and more. So 5 more deletes, and I upgrade myself to timeouts. Feel free to do the same, Blue Wrenches. Ant drives and got knocked away. So baseline inbounds for Dante. Buddy on Nikhil, good physicality. Same with Rudy, good physicality. Oh, late call. Oh, he's going to call it on Looney. Foster called it on Looney, and it looked like Rudy tried to fire up a hand grenade. And yeah, there's no need to get that close. I'm going to call that a little bit of a brain fart. Late shot clock grenade on Rudy. Just let him shoot it. So 7th mistake. Dante down the lane, bye-bye Podz. And Podz was looking around for help. Draymond's not on the floor, so I don't know about looking for help. And that's this 8th I'm going to call that the 8th mistake we've made. Jimmy inside, fakes it, out to Podz. Can he make a shot? No, he goes to Jimmy. Jimmy makes the shot. Good job, Podz. Found him. We're down 14-21. Feels worse than that, but Ant, catch and pass. Dante loves it. He'll miss it. Good job by Buddy to Looney. Buddy gets downhill on Rudy. Blocked. Good block by the Stifle Tower. Podz tries to foul Nikhil, but Nikhil just goes right by him. Wants to dunk it, but JK blocked it. Buddy down the lane. No, holds it out to JK now. He attacks Rudy. He scores and one floater. Fading. What a shot by JK. Yeah, JK. Man, what a time for JK to be able to showcase. I wrote it on the website. Be a great opportunity for him to showcase. And that was an unsung play, JK getting the block. All right, Nikhil and JK. And Gary Ant back to Nikhil, switch. And Draymond switches on Ant. And Draymond came in. He'll pop a 3 over Dray. Missed it, and long rebound to Nikhil. Got to get to the... Well, that one was a really long rebound. Ant working, left side. Draymond tips it away. Oh, they got it, barely got it. Swing to Dante. Up top 3, missed it at the grenade. 54 seconds. Lead pass to JK. Looking at the elbow. Down low to Jimmy. Good choice. Jimmy and Dante. Jimmy spins and scores. Beautiful scoop. Great choice by JK, recognizing. $19-21 only. Draymond takes a charge on Dante. There you go. 2 fouls on Dante. Are the comments at least getting better now? Please, we're playing good. I expect the comments to be good. It looks like we are. Jonathan Malangu Kuminga. All right, we got 33 seconds. We don't have 2-for-1 abilities here, so which is kind of funny. No 2-for-1 abilities on the squad right now. Jimmy goes by Dante again, scores again. That is a no chance for Dante. Beautiful score, 21-21. 8 seconds for Ant. Ant JK, screen by Dante. No, good job by JK. 1-on-1, up, turn the corner. Euro step. At the buzzer, missed it. Good job by Dray. Ant stares at Draymond. I don't know why. You missed it. 21 apiece. End of Q1. Nice and low scoring. We want it to be an ugly game. So, way to go, guys. And all of that. And I repeat myself. This is like a preseason game for us. We've never had this identity. So we're going to make mistakes. And we made 8 mistakes. I counted 8 mistakes. And it's a tie ball game. So I'm really happy about that. So a couple other themes. JK could be a coming out party, a Kuminga out party. And Steve winning one of these 2 games should build on his legacy. Like, literally doesn't have Steph to win these games. And people have, you know, the angry social media commenters, of which we have some in the comments tonight. Just kidding. Not. The angry social media commenters love to throw Steve under the bus as, you know, being carried by Steph or what have you. It's a three-legged stool. There you go. So far, so good. Found his lineup. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different combinations. Jimmy JK. There's a nice little, on our Instagram, there's a nice little cartoon that I managed to have gotten. Oh, cool. We're going to save this one. What are all these other Instagrams? Oh, cool. Save that one. What's this one? Okay, so this is an old one, but if you go to our Instagram, there's a new one right here. Boom. Little cartoon. This guy has made some other ones. Oh, I can't really show it. All right. Well, this one with Steph in the back to tank. And I'm sure there's one that has Jonathan in it somehow, but not on my Instagram, but on the guy who made that, which we are collaborators on. Anyways, all right, Mike Conley. Okay. Oh, steal right off the bat. I think Jimmy poked away. Oh, JK with the hanging dunk. He just hung and dunk it. Oh, yeah. Oh, hang time dunk, man. Oh, JK. That's why you can't trade JK. You got to keep him. And Nas turned the corner on Podz and blocked by Looney. So was it Podz with the steal? Oh, I think Podz had the steal. Yeah. And floater by Julius. Ah, shucks. My fault. Podz got the steal. And then Looney got a block, but then they just scored right now. Podz's point of attack has not been good, though. So I don't know what's up with that, but it's a plague on our team. Buddy, working one-on-one. 3-ball. Bricked it really bad. I don't understand why Jim told him to go one-on-one. Wow. We're going to pinch Julius in the corner. Buddy knocks it away. Oh, interesting. Stackhouse pinching Randle in the corner. Stack with the chess. Let's go Warriors chant. Conley out to Randle. We got to let him shoot that. He missed it. Thank goodness he missed that. Podz screened by Looney. Working. Missed another one. Looney. It's a goaltend anyways. He got 2 putbacks, but the first one was a goaltend anyways. Come on, Podz. Make a shot, man. What is Podz now? 0 for 3. All right, tie ball game, 23 apiece. No, we're up by 2. Wow, we're actually up 25-23. Nikhil, Conley up top, Buddy. Conley over to Randle. Made it. And you saw Podz stay on Nikhil. So I like that. Just let him hit the layup. Who cares? Jimmy left side. Over to Podz, and it bounces off his leg. Oh, my. That wasn't a great pass, though. This is going to be turnover. Kuminga blocks Conley from 3, but now we're 5-on-4, and Nikhil hits, or McDaniels hits a 3. Well, shucks. That was ugly. Let me look at that bad pass by Jimmy. What the hell happened there? Why are the worst plays involving Podz the ugliest? That was just ugly, but I think it's Jimmy's fault. Nevertheless, ugly. And then Jaden got the corner 3 off of like chaos. So I don't know, just sloppiness. Jimmy and Podz kind of jogging back on that one. So it's kind of ugly. What else does JK got to do tonight? He's been playing well on both ends, so that's very promising. Oh, JK's block out of bounds. Let's check. Check that. Let's see. No, it's just optical illusion. That's all it was. TV angle. Well, on the trade JK, it's more in terms of keeping him after Steph's contract expires, which probably means we'll still have Steph for 1 or 2 more years after that, and then retirement. But yeah, as far as JK being involved in a system with Steph, it just doesn't work. So yes and no, And I also say that just because without him, then we don't get the athletic 94 feet finishes with a dunk that are so exciting and get on ESPN. So we really need him for that excitement. And but as far as being on the floor with Steph, that's still a work in progress, if not already doomed, but we'll see. And Jimmy shoots a 2, no good. Looney's there. Oh, he can't finish it. Looney tried his best, and just to make it a chance was incredible. We're in zone, look like. We're switching a lot. Looney late to Nas, and he knows it. 3 ball by Nas. Yeah. kind of started in the zone. Jimmy, offensive foul. So Mike Conley sold it and got Mitchell Ervin to bite on it. Soft call. So that's another turnover technically, and that's 6 turnovers. Oh, my TV just froze. See if I can watch it on the laptop. There, it's back. And Buddy knocked it out of bounds. Maybe a foul. I don't know. Come on, ABC. Yeah, it's definitely a broadcast issue because my laptop also froze at that moment. Nikhil and Gary at the hash mark. And over to Randle. Looney doesn't bite on the 3. Randle tries to work, but Looney stays in front. Moody can't get around the screen for Conley. Push shot, no good. Looney pushed Randle, foul on Looney. That's fine. Let me rewatch and see. Moody. It's bad defense by Moody. I mean, that's a small, 0.25 error. I'm not that concerned, but like Moody late to recognize the curl. Anyways, Reed for 3 over JK. I don't understand why you let the guy shoot. It just doesn't make any sense. So that's bad game plan execution by JK. And also, Draymond does not need help. Stop it. Oh, man. JK goes, right baseline. Skies over Jaden McDaniels, who's 6'9". Beautiful offense, but let's play better defense. Moody stays in front of Randle. Good veteran step by Julius to go banker. Down by 9. Guthrie yelled at by Draymond for something here. Kickball, late call. I'm not sure. Anyways, it's our ball. Oh, I tell you what, there's a lot of coaching needed tonight for the don't let him shoot a 3 type things on defense. Oh, Randle fouled Julius. I mean, yeah, Randle fouled Draymond, nothing called, and he had to stare at Guthrie, who's mid. I told you, Guthrie's mid. JK late clock, got to work on Nas. Step back in the paint, bricked it. Wow, that was so off. You'd think it'd be closer after the made layup last time he had. Draymond breaks up McDaniels. It's a no call. Gary hits the layup. That's a no call makeup call. Only down 7. And Conley turns Moody again. Randle misses a 3. Nas climbs JK's back, but he actually stepped on the line on the save of the loose ball offensive rebound. So good job by JK to be in the right place at the right time. Oh, we got Legler on the call, huh? Podz brings it up. Over to JK, over to Dray. Kick it to Moody. Crowded by Nas. He's looking to pass. Over to Draymond now. Over to Podz. One-on-one Ant. Resets it. Gets a screen. Shoots a 3 over Randle. Missed another one. Podz is cold. Antarctica. Ant drives, kicks to Nas, who fakes a 3, goes, we have to leave somebody open, and Julius hits that one. And Draymond hangs his head. Let me see what happened. So Ant got going. Let me see.
You choose how I pay.
Oh. You're not gonna sing again, are you?
What? No.
It's just kind of average defense is the issue there. You kind of hope for, championship level defense at that point, but you're not really going to get it from our personnel. Let me show you. All right, so analyzing the average health defense. This isn't going to cut it at this level, unfortunately, but I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, again, for the 50th time, this is like a preseason game for us. And what can you do? We're just, you can hustle more, that's for sure. Show me some Guy Santos hustle and all that, but at a certain point, there's a limit to what we can do, and Steph is actually a pretty good defender positionally. So, here Draymond's going to overhelp on Buddy, but Buddy has Ant, so it is what it is, right? Ant goes all the way down here. You see the double. You see Podz has to card two guys, and they go to Nas. There's probably no need for Podz to be that close to Randle. So I think that's, if anyone is to blame on this, it's probably Podz and just reading it. Also, JK should shade over to Nas. So it's a double whammy. But it's not like I'm expecting to see Podz or JK, execute perfect help defense. This is not something that you expect from guys this young. So Podz doesn't shade towards Nas. JK also doesn't shade towards Nas. And these are pretty basic game plan things, in my opinion, that, even rec league and Asian tournaments back in the day, you knew how certain guys played and you shaded towards the more dominant shooter. And it's just, these guys don't have enough reps to just understand that, because that's not taught every day in AAU or any level. So sadly, it's what we have to live with. Lake called Scott Foster Draymond, claims that he elbowed Randle. Let me watch the replay. Another bad turnover. He elbowed Jaden. Another turnover. How many is that? 7 first half turnovers. We don't even have the most egregious Baker out there. Naz Reid turns it over. So with good pressure from Podz. I don't see Minnesota winning a championship because they just make these boneheaded mistakes. And unless Ant goes crazy. Now, we also make boneheaded mistakes, but usually we have Steph. Brandon still can't make a shot, but he got fouled by Nas. He'll go to the line. And again, we have Steph. So when we make the boneheaded plays, sometimes it turns into threes. But that was our previous identity, which we don't have now anymore. So, you know, we're not winning a championship without Steph. There's no doubt about that. But can we beat Minnesota? Maybe. We got to not have these mindless turnovers. I've got us at 10 mindless plays tonight. The last one being the Draymond shove of Jaden. Ant working, and we double them. So now, they go right back to McDaniels, who dribbles right back into a switch. Ant and Jimmy. Ant has to throw up a grenade. Podz rebound, Gary rebound. Out to Dray, out to JK, to Jimmy. I wish Jimmy would clear out and give JK space, because now we're setting against a set defense. So there's some chemistry issues right now, but it's a work in progress. Jimmy for three, way off. Draymond taps it to Podz. Good job. JK looking. Again, keep the ball, JK, but we go to Jimmy. Jimmy Podz turns the corner, dunks it. Bye-bye, Dante. He's smoking Dante. We're only down 6, amazingly. It's a charge on Dante on Draymond. Former teammates. Dante looking around like, what'd I do? But good job by Dray to sell that call. And at least the refs are square on this. Consistent calls. Jimmy tries to turn on Jaden, gets fouled. Chris Finch doesn't like it, but a lot of contact, so you got to call it. So some playful banter by Draymond. And anyways, Jimmy left side, McDaniels over to Gary. 4-3, catch and shoot, no hesitation. Bricked it, though. Way off. And I believe that was super early shot clock. About 10 on the clock. All right, it'll be Randle, and JK knocks it away. Good job, JK, reaching in and being a pest. I feel like JK has been the best player if you consider all the turnovers from Jimmy so far. 3 of them. And Ant over Gary, air ball. Good job by Gary. Gary, like when Gary turned, he was like hoping that he would miss it, and he missed it badly. Podz down the lane, kick it, but Gary's not a threat for threes, so we reset it back up top. And Draymond scores down low from a Jimmy attack. Way to go, Dray. Timeout, Finch. Uses his body, Draymond did. And Jim getting past Jaden has been wonderful to see. He's getting past anybody right now. And that's wonderful to know that we've got that in our back pocket, noted for later. So put Jaden on him. I'm going to get by you. Put Dante on him. I'm going to get by you. Your 2 best defenders, he's smoking. So that's a great development. All right. Bob Fitzgerald. Yeah, but I don't really care about Bob Fitzgerald. Let's go Dubs. Let's see. We believe. 3 fouls on Nas, really? I wasn't paying attention. Hope so. Yes, sir. 3 fouls on Dante. Cool. Although I don't think Nas really fouls all that much. I mean, he's really just a shooter, you know? Shooter rebounder. Like Bobby Portis on steroids. Although he's skinny. All right, Conley and Podz up top. Randle with the screen. Holds Podz, no call. That's, you don't set screens like that. But anyways, they let it go. Wow. And then he travels. Scott Foster got the travel. Very, very bad fundamental basketball played by and Finch is going to argue with Ervin. What? Draymond rushes. Draymond can't dribble it and gets it out to Gary. Gets it to Jimmy. Design play. Jimmy, no foul on Randle. Jimmy gets the rebound against Rudy. Knocked away by Rudy. No foul, no objection by Jimmy. That was weird. And Conley throws up a prayer, missed it. A bad push shot. Draymond got the rebound. And then another bad pass. Draymond again, going wild. Tried to entry pass JK. It was horrendous. What are you doing? It's like, why does it take the old man so many games to figure this out? And Draymond's not going to run on offense. JK smokes a 94-foot Euro step. Oh, wow. Ant for 3. No, missed it. This is crazy. Jimmy will just solve everything and attack Jaden, gets by him, and won against Rudy. Let me just take over here. Actually, no, Jaden was slow getting back. 37-39 with the free throw coming up. All right, it'll be Conley up top. Download a Ant or corner Ant. 3 ball, no good by Randle, but they got the rebound. Wow, Ant with the long rebound against JK per usual. And it's a foul on JK. Ervin calls a foul. I don't know who it's on the. Well, why don't we challenge this if it's not a foul on him? Let's watch the replay. Reached in a little bit. The arm was at an angle. So that's the problem. I just, Draymond's not playing well tonight. I'm sorry. It's just plain and simple to me. Like, I don't know what happened, but he's just not playing well. Bugs the hell out of me because we need you to play well tonight. No Steph. We need you to play well every single game without Steph. There's no, like, you've become the second best player on the team. Arguably. And JK got a nice rebound on the missed free throw. Man, JR is holding Draymond. JK takes downhill Rudy. Beautiful. Randle inside. Smokes a layup. Wow. Thank you for missing that. Good job, physicality by Jimmy. Late call for Podz against Conley. Guthrie with the late call. 40 apiece thanks to JK's beautiful finish earlier. So that late call for Podz will side inbound this one. Up top, Draymond. It's got another half to make it better. Jaden held Podz on the screen, no call. Gary back out to Podz. Podz almost traveled and misses another one. Floater, and he hangs his head. He is now 0 for 5. Conley and BP out to Ant. Ant and BP got to stay in front. Just back up and can't stay in front. Ant smokes a layup. He got all the way to the rim and smoked it. He's not having a good finishing game today. JK down the lane, back out to Jimmy. Jimmy and Conley. Luckily, the little floater pass by JK was against Conley. Jimmy blocked. No, foul on Rudy. That's got to be 3. Rudy hangs his head to Foster. Yep, 3 fouls on Rudy. It's great when you pass Mike Conley and then you get the help and then Rudy fouls him. That's a good outcome for us, of course. But it just goes to show you that he's just able to draw these fouls. Guys, we lead the game 41-40. We lead. All right, we're in zone. Gary up top, Mike, Ant, Jimmy. Now Ant and Podz with the zone. Back to Jaden, or Nikhil, back to Ant, Podz, Rudy screen. Gary's there. And Nikhil, 2-pointer, no good. Rudy, good tip. Looney, good tip against Rudy. Yeah, Loon Dog. Loon Dog playing amazing. 5 seconds. Podz, 3, 2, shoots a 2. Tough one. Air ball. Kuminga hugs him at half court. Good job, Kuminga, to apply what's needed for Podz, because Podz is compost on offense tonight. He's absolute compost. But he needs love, and JK gave it to him. That's an unsung play by Looney, but it didn't result in the score, so what are you going to do? JK really acting like, man, I hope JK gets paid, because he's doing things off the court. I mean, the hug was on the court, but he's doing things, off the court that's just very, very commendable. So all those people, when you see a tweet out there or a comment that says something bad about JK, just delete it or move on. Those are hurt people. JK deserves to get paid based on what I saw just now. He deserves at least $30 million. And if you want to hate on JK, then go watch Draymond talk about hate. Here you go.
I get called gay. I get called a dick rider. Like the things that I get called, the names that I get called about me and Bron's relationship. I didn't even know you could still say those things to people. I thought you get in trouble in this world for like saying those things to people, like the things that I am called, because that's my brother, are insane.
Right.
Nonetheless, what do you say to those people? Nothing. Like, whoever has a relationship with whoever else ain't theirs.
All right. I think the hate genuinely that both of you guys receive for different reasons, right? LeBron is, of course, an amazing player, but he receives a lot of hate for whatever reason.
It's just misguided love. Like, they don't know how to show their love, and the hate that they show is just misguided love. Like, they don't know how to say, wow, I love you. Or they want to be like you, and so they don't know how to say, like, oh, man, like, I respect that.
All right. Time to do some screenshots. I need 3 screenshots. Let me get some 3 screenshots. What else? Seeing Curry moving around. Yeah. Why would you say that? Let me be the worst guy, please. What else is here? We believe. Yeah. It's always good to have we believe in-house. We believe 2.0. Yeah. 9 turnovers. Golly. That's crazy. That's a crazy stat. I like it. I like it. All right. Screenshot time. Oh, I did do a screenshot earlier. It just didn't show up. Well, the zone worked at the end, I guess, huh? I like it. The zone worked, I think. Will we see that to close the game? Who did we have there? Gary and, you know, all those guys? Jimmy, JK. Sure makes up for the average defense that I threw under the bus earlier with the analysis, right? But hey, I was calling a spade a spade. Time to do marketing. And what did Dean say about JK? Yeah, Malangu. All right, so let's take a look at the off-day Zoom call with Steve because I need to use the restroom. So, restroom break, but enjoy Kerr Zoom call yesterday for more info.
Hey Steve, Sam with the Chronicle. How was what stuck out watching the game back from my side?
I think just how well Minnesota played, how physical they were getting to the loose balls, on rebounds. They generated a lot of extra possessions. And it's kind of what you would expect, you know, from a team at home down 1-0. You watch the rest of the games in the playoffs. It's always a theme. how teams respond to losses. And now it's our turn to do that.
Draymond was, of course, kind of a major talking point nationally today. How did you see? I don't know. I assume you guys met for film. How was he today? Just, I guess, how do you see the discourse and the situation and the technical count, all that kind of impacting?
I don't think it'll impact the game. I wasn't aware of what happened in terms of the fan yelling the insults until I read about it this morning. So I talked to him about that, and we did talk about the technical count and just the whole set of circumstances. But I know Draymond well. He's going to be ready to go tomorrow. He's going to play a great game. He understands where we are in the series, and we have this great opportunity, and it's 1-1, and we've got home court advantage. We got our home crowd tomorrow, so he's excited. I'm excited, and we move past all that stuff.
I'm assuming we're not going to be able to talk to him prior to the game. So, I mean, is there anything about that fan situation that you guys as an organization can share, or just any more details? It was relatively vague.
The only thing I can say is that the Timberwolves handled it perfectly, for their security to be on it and to remove the fan. Obviously, that stuff is ugly and unacceptable. And so we want to thank the Timberwolves organization for handling it as well as they possibly could. And I just think that things like this happen occasionally. Happened to me, a couple times as a player. Fans crossing the line, yelling stuff at you. It's painful. I can't sit here and claim to know what it would be like, to be in Draymond's shoes as a black man, to hear, racially insensitive comments like that. But I've heard my share of stuff that's really painful and hurtful, and it's not ideal, but you always want the support of the security and the crowd, the home crowd, and like I said, the Wolves handle that beautifully, and Draymond is handling it really well.
A lot of yesterday was obviously about finding rotations that work in this series. How quickly do you have to move to pare down the rotations, make your choices, and go?
Yeah, we have to move pretty quickly now. I thought last night was a great chance for us to see a lot of different people in action, different combinations. Now having watched the tape a couple of times, I have a much better sense of what I'm going to do, who I'm going to start, what the combinations will be like off the bench. And of course, I'm not going to share any of those things with you.
What were some of the keys last night when you guys were able to generate offensive advantages? What were some of the keys? What did you notice when you guys were able to generate advantage?
Nothing unusual. The game is pretty simple. If you can play with pace and get the ball moving side to side, it softens up the defense. I thought when we ran into trouble, we were too isolation heavy. We kind of stuck several people into late clock situations with one-on-one situations, which are very difficult. I think we threw Moses the ball twice with 3 seconds on the shot clock, and basically disjointed possessions that led to those circumstances. So we've just got to be sharper execution wise with our pace and our screening and getting the ball swung, all those things.
Steve, Jonathan Kuminga, Jonathan Kuminga had a really explosive game last game, and as you think about...
By the way, kudos to Kareth Burke for asking the question of what's your strategy without giving away your strategy. I thought she did a good job.
Combinations and who he's on the floor with. Are some of those questions of how he plays with Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green still on your mind?
Well, first of all, I was so impressed with JK and his play, but more importantly, just the way he's handled everything the last couple of weeks, staying ready, continuing to work. And, it's really important for him to get some rhythm, get some confidence. And I saw all of that last night. I think, what I said the other day, Kareth, I think rings true today. Everything has to be thrown out the window now without Steph. And so everything we've been doing the last, month or two has been based on finding a formula that worked and sticking with that formula. And it's gotten us to this point. We're in a great spot. We're in the second round. We're, 1-1 coming home, but there's no Steph. So everything has to be finding a new formula, and JK is absolutely part of that formula. And we can't sit here and, put together, any analytics from, the last few weeks that make any sense right now, because there's no Steph and it's a completely different team. So the combinations are what they are. We're going to do what we think is best, and bring it tomorrow and bring the energy and see what we can do. And JK is going to be a big part of that.
Anything else from anyone?
Well, that's an interesting place to put in an ad. Okay, we'll just quit that one for now. And I was able to do some marketing, although not completely.
Yeah, if I can, just to follow up on that. So what do you think about the chess match, or sort of the discussion?
Hold on a sec. Yeah, we'll keep going with Kareth.
Your coaching staff trying to, I wouldn't say solve a problem, but maybe being a little bit more blind, because you don't have those analytics, and doing some of this based on feel and film.
Yes, we have to do it based on feel, but we can also do it based on last night and having a tape to watch. And that's why I think that game was really helpful for us. Despite the loss, we learned a lot. The players learned a lot, and I think we'll have a concrete plan coming into tomorrow that we'll feel good about. And then, of course, we have to adapt and adjust based on how the game's going.
How comfortable, we talked about Jimmy and Draymond being, exhausted at the end of this kind of travel schedule. How comfortable do you think you'll be already by game 3, really pushing their minutes back over 40 beyond?
Well, we'll see. I thought it was at least helpful last night that we didn't overdo it. Draymond was at 29. I think Jimmy was at 34. So very manageable numbers. Hopefully that helps tomorrow. They each had the day off today, just a film session, nothing on the court, no shoot around tomorrow morning. So hopefully they'll both feel great and ready to roll tomorrow. And we'll see how the game goes.
Trayce had mentioned last night that he hadn't played with very, very few reps with Jimmy. I know that ran some pick and roll last night. Just what do you think of that pairing and that combination?
I guess they got Ant mic'd up, which is really cool to do. Hopefully they have some really good ones. Let's take a listen.
I'm mic'd up today too.
Oh, it's Gary.
Good to see you. I love the blazer.
Good luck. Let's
get it. Let's get one. Let's get it. Hey, Jimmy. Appreciate you guys. I love you.
All right, we're back to action. Did not really get a chance to Trayce starts to do my Instagram. And inside, Julius kick it to Jaden for 3, and Draymond gambled and paid again. Every time Draymond gambles, I don't know if it was a pure gamble though, but he had to get back on Rudy and got a 3-ball. Buddy comes back for a 3. Way to go, buddy. 45-43 Warriors. Conley goes right by Draymond. Did I miss something? What? I can't believe what I'm seeing. No, I went right by Buddy, then Draymond. Jaden missed it. Put back Randle over Trayce. Little soft coming out the gate, but we're only down 2. And that was after Draymond smoke. And then Podz smokes a layup. And then Ant throws it away. How many turnovers on them? 11. Thank you. Draymond drew a foul on Randle. Side inbound, Jimmy to Trayce. Over to Dray up top, looking for Buddy for 3. Great screen, Trayce. Back rimmed it. No good. Conley and Buddy up top. Come on, Buddy. You got to stay in front of Conley. Gets a screen from Rudy, though. Now he's downhill. Lob. Draymond's there, but Rudy caught it. And Trayce calls the miss. Conley got the rebound. Kick it to Randle. Attacks. Draymond stays in front. Now it post him up. And cut. Ant goes right by Buddy. Buddy with another horrendous defensive sequence. Ah, man. Dray with the dangerous lob to Trayce. It gets right down. Oh, he rebounds it on the floor. Buddy for 3, brick. Podz taps it out. Oh, man. Craziness. And Jimmy loses it, gets it back. More craziness. Fends off Rudy, no call. Now Ant's on the run. Julius finds Conley for 3. No good. Rebound Trayce. Crazy sequence. Over to Podz for 3. He finally made it. Assist Jimmy. We're down by 1. 8:57, 8:56, 8:55. Ant on the catch. 3 guys surround him. Rudy pushes Draymond. Foster points at Gobert, and Draymond wants a review. Let me watch the replay. It has to be a push on Rudy. I don't get it. Scott Foster, maybe he's not that good. Wow. Here's an overhead replay. That's got to be a foul. There's the are they going to screw this up? Will Foster screw up this review, this challenge? Yes, a Keystone Cop is a Keystone Cop. No, amazingly, Scott corrects himself. Or the third option, I don't know, maybe abstain. It should be just yes or no, but whatever. I think if we win this challenge, we have the right to ask Scott Foster, pretending that I'm Steve Kerr, what did you see there? How could you possibly call that on Draymond? Like, that makes no sense. Right now, Draymond's got 3, so hopefully it gets rescinded to 2. But wow, that's crazy. But I also have no confidence in these Keystone Cops, so I'd probably vote yes, Scott Foster will screw it up and find an excuse to give Draymond the foul. He shoved his armpit. I mean, it's so obvious. Shoving an armpit is a foul. Well, we're waiting. Ken C is still rooting for Podz, which is great. 1 for 8. Still shooting 50% on threes, though. Well, the poll has skewed now towards Scott Foster getting this right, but are you guys spoiling it? Do you have information that I don't know, or I don't think so. I'm a little bit behind on my Sony Bravia weak ass microchip TV. That's the problem with Sony. I'm never buying Sony again, man. Who's got what kinds of TV? What kind of TV do you have, and do you like its processing power? I have a Sony Bravia. Oh, he didn't challenge it. Okay, we did not challenge it. Okay. Whatever. It ended up 50%. Oh, well. The poll is meaningless. All right, Conley, Podz, all over him. Over to Randle. Late shot clock. Late. It's too late. Hey, we got to stop. Good no call. I mean, good challenge. No challenge. Good no challenge. Wow. That's incredible. That's an unsung play by Steve. Draymond handoff Jimmy. We're only down 1. Over to Podz. Wide open all day for 3. In and out. Missed another one. He held the pose and still didn't work. And over to JR. JR at the nail against Draymond. And good moves by JR. Fade, no good brick, bounces, and Draymond with a beautiful rebound against Jaden, which he might not get credit for. And Mike Conley with the take foul. Are they going to call it take? Now Podz wants... Podz needs to stop arguing, because the problem isn't what he's arguing, it's how he's arguing, right? The way that he argues gets no respect anywhere. It wouldn't even get respect on the playground court. Anyways. Post up Jimmy. Jaden on him. No, Ant on him. Sorry. I looked at a 5. Oh, he spun right by Ant. Ant made Ant a pedestrian. 50-49 Warriors. Conley, alley-oop. Draymond breaks it up. Trayce is there for the board. And Conley bumps into Podz, no call. Wow. Pick and roll. Trayce misses it, but he dunks it. It's a foul. Ervin calls Gobert for his 4th foul on Trayce. We got a Podz pick and roll. Yes. Trayce with a brick on the free throw. Fourth foul on Rudy. Let's double check that. Yep. And Naz Reid will come in, and he's got 3 fouls. So if we can get Naz Reid a foul, that'd be great. Made a free throw. Rejoice. 50-49 Warriors. 7:20, 7:19, 7:18. As Gary guards Ant over the line. Between the legs a million times. He goes downhill. He loses it. It's a reach in by Gary. I believe that's foul on Draymond, foul on Gary. Or maybe that was Jimmy. No, Jimmy just motioned. Yeah, that's a foul on Jimmy. Reach in. My fault. Barry Bonds and A-Rod. I think it's over 1,500 home runs, which is insane. 2 guys sitting right next to each other can hit home run after home run after home run. It's nuts if you think about it. But anyway, what was I saying? We're going to shoot free throws? Oh, that's horrible. They gave him a shooting foul. Wow. That's horrible. On a reach in. Man. Ball don't lie. Anyways, I think it's 2 team fouls. Wow. That's compost, Scott. Man. Made it. So 51-50 Warriors. It's a 51-50. Draymond brings it up. Get it over the timeline. 17. Good. Jimmy and Jaden. Screen BP. BP holds him. Jimmy goes right by Dante. Banker good. We're really milking that one. $53.50. Oh, they're going to call block on Draymond on the charge by Randle. But Draymond is purposely being calm tonight. Steve looking at the bench. We're going to challenge this. It looks like he's nodding his head. Easy one. Golly, what's up with Foster, man? Let's run the poll again. Golly. Will Foster screw this one up? Yes. Keystone Cop is a Keystone Cop. No. Amazingly, Scott corrects himself. Those are the only 2. I don't know, man. I don't know what to think anymore. It's 2 straight bad ones. I don't get it. Anyways, timeout at the 6:46 mark. We're up by 3. 6:46 to go. Dean says there's an arm extended. That's a charge at every level of basketball. That's the thing. It's a charge at every level of basketball, and you're going to tell me suddenly at the highest level of basketball, that's not a charge? Like, he better correct this one. But I have a bad feeling about this. So I would have voted Keystone Cop because Adam. I don't agree that he's corrupt, guys. I actually disagree. He's just not perfect. He's better than the rest, but sometimes he's not good. And it's weird though. What? Stan Van Gundy doesn't think so either. Keystone Cop, man, it just doesn't make sense. All right, Scott's no longer my favorite ref. Actually, it's always been Ed Malloy. Friendly reminder, Ed Malloy is the best ref. Makes no sense. Even Stan Van Gundy doesn't agree. Well, this is Adam's fault. Every level of basketball, that's a charge, except the NBA. Strange. Ant goes down the lane and pirouettes by Looney. Who did he beat? Please don't beat Gary. Was it Gary? Yep, he cut right by Gary. Wow. Jimmy down the lane, fouled by McDaniels. So good play set. Little bit of a bunch. Another screen by BP, I think it was. Yep. How many on Jaden? First free throw bounces in. Only 2 fouls on Jaden. Missed the second one. BP got a tip on it, and it's out of bounds, and BP claims it was tipped by the other guy. Come on, Jimmy, hit some free throws. 5 for 7. I guess it's all right. Julius goes right by. Oh, he smoked the layup. Too much English. That's crazy. Jimmy up top. Up by 2. Jimmy got the step on Nas. Scores again. Down low with plenty of contact. Plenty of interference. Wow. And it'll be Ant. Pulls up for a banker good against Jimmy. That's a great matchup. Huge, huge matchup. JK up top. Spins around Dante, uses his body, doubled, finds Jimmy. Jimmy, reverse layup, too hard. Oh, just barely missed it. Ant trying to take over. Late call. Scott Foster calls it on Gary. It's Jimmy versus Ant right now. Ant short on the free throw. Miss make. So we're still up by 1 because of their missed free throws. JK will bring it up against their zone. BP at the nail, sets a pick for Jimmy. Jimmy gets downhill. Draw 2 guys, over to BP, over to Gary. Gary wide open, kick it to JK. Hesitates, shoots a 3, shouldn't have hesitated. Ant and JK. JK doing it, but Ant turns the corner, smokes a layup. Julius against Looney, kick it to Dante, thrown away. Good defense, BP. Chris Finch is going to challenge. No, he's not going to challenge. He's going to check the bench. They will challenge, I think. Green light go on. Well, I don't know if I think they'll win the challenge if it's challenged, but I don't even know if it's challenged. I guess so. Anyways, good job by BP to deflect. And that's just a bad pass by Dante. Which, again, goes back to the theme of this team's not winning no championship, though. They just do all the little things at the wrong times. I just don't see it. Anyway. But I'm probably not the only one saying that Minnesota's not championship caliber. But yeah, they shoot themselves in the foot so much. And so the score right now is 56-55, Q3 446. Let me see the opposite angle. Yeah, I don't think that's out on Ant. No, he's wrong. The announcer says Ant's reaction is that he did touch it. No, Ant's reaction is that he's pissed off at Dante. Get it right, man. Just doesn't understand basketball. Wow, are they really going to screw this up? I think it's off of BP. Like, Ant's reaction is disgust at Dante for the bad pass. He telegraphed it right to BP. And they think his reaction is because it's off of him. But I wouldn't mind if they screwed up again. This is a case where Keystone Cops should help us. So hopefully. Nice catch of Pajemski hanging his head after right behind Scott Foster. And let me rewatch that. See if I can screenshot this. Nope, he actually didn't have any reaction to that. He wasn't hanging his head. All right, here we go. Yeah, I agree that we haven't seen a questionable call go our way yet. Hopefully it balances out later. Randle to inbound, Looney on him. Jimmy and Ant. Ant turns the corner, sidestep, too easy. So that's a 35-year-old defense against Ant. We're down by 1. All right, Jimmy has the ball in the right side against Nas, holding it. Finds JK, dunks it. Bye-bye, Ant. Great cut by JK. Against the zone. And they fell asleep again. Oh, they miss. Jimmy rebound, I think. JK with the ball. Post up Dante, doubled. Randle saves it, steals it. Oh, man. You got to read that Randle's there. Ant left wide open in the chaos, and he missed it. We got lucky. And Jimmy turns Dante, met by Nas, no cutter. Buddy's wide open, though. Got to make that. He made it, finally. Up by 4. Randle down the lane, scores on Looney and 1. Come on. If you lost him, you lost him. There's no need to foul that. Very, very soft defense by Looney. And, well, he just came off the bench, so I'll give him that grace. Like, hack the hell out of them. You know what I mean? Anyways, up by 1, 316, 315, 314. Zone. Podz. Over to Jimmy at the nail. Jump stop. Nobody's open. Back to BP to reset. Now you got 10 seconds. Pick and roll Jimmy. But Podz can get past Nas. Dancing. Sidestep 3. Missed it. Dante got the rebound. Nikhil over to Julius. Post up Jimmy. Spins and scores. Too quick for Jimmy. Looked like Jimmy's gas tank a little low. JK stuck at the elbow. They flop. JK scores as he gets undercut by Dante. I hope he's all right, actually. I think he is. JK, incredible move. Absolutely incredible. They should call a foul on Nikhil for flopping. Such a flop, man. Just that play alone, Minnesota doesn't deserve to win this game. I'm just saying, basketball gods. JK misses. No, it rattles in. 64-62. Need some defense with Ant on the bench. Nikhil, oh, Buddy nearly stole it. And see, that's another, like, Minnesota would get thrashed by Houston. They just make a ton of guard mistakes. It's crazy, but keep making them. Oh, Ant's in the game. My fault. He's not on the bench. Over Gary. Throws it away. Gary got in his way. Good job by Gary. Jimmy, 94 feet. Finds Buddy. Back to Jimmy. Wide open 3. Corner 3. Good. Line drive. Buddy with the pass back. 67, 62 Warriors. Unsung play by Gary. Let's watch the replay on that because I want to see just how much he disrupted Edwards on the previous play. Jimmy with the relocate, yeah. Well, he did enough. 2:02 to go. And of course, Wardell with the celebration. Am I going to have enough time? Let's see. Let's see if I have enough time here. And never got around to it. We're back to action. We'll come back to that next time. Remind me. Ant goes down the lane and dunks it. Oh, man. He just rose and smashed over Looney. Just beat JK. So bad defense by JK there, but what are you going to do? Looney spins on Rudy. Goes in. Smoke the layup. JK knocks it away. Buddy steal. JK corner three. Got it! JK! Oh, wow. Foul. Foul on JK, I think. 70 to 64 Warriors. Oh, we're in the penalty. What? Rudy at the line. Let's just think of it as a hack of Rudy. Wow, that's an extremely soft call by Guthrie. I don't get it, man. Wow. Rudy hits. Strange. Yeah, Kuminga's stats are insane. Yes. Love it. They're 25 and let's see, 25 and 2 with 8 for 11, which is nuts. Rudy makes both. 70-66. It'll be up top Jimmy. He gets a screen from Looney, goes away from it, finds Buddy. Oh, he was open for a sec. He didn't fire. Oh, Dante's back on him, just all over him. Oh, he crosses over Dante. 3-ball, good. What a crossover. Buddy. It didn't look good, and then it looked great. Wow. What a play. Dante drives on JK and causes us to rotate, and Ant hits a 3. The point of attack is still a problem for us. Up by 7 we were. Now we're only up by 6. Yeah, we're over helping. JK up top over to Buddy, knocked away, and it's a turnover. And Buddy complains to JK, like, you got to be a little more careful there. Another turnover. Get it knocked. Gary gets it knocked away, but now it's Ant and Buddy. Ant dancing with Buddy. Dancing, turns him, rises on Looney. No call. Missed it. Great defense by Looney that time. But the way things were going, I thought they would call a foul just because they called the last 3 of them as fouls. What's Ant shooting right now? Because I don't think it's that great. 9 for 22. Dang. 9 for 22, 2 for 9. That's nuts. So we will take a 4-point lead into the 4th. Insane. But now we shall analyzing Gary versus Ant. 6 Warriors threes in the 3rd quarter. Analyzing Gary versus Ant. And then the relocation. So here we go. Gets it. Ant and Gary. Gary does a tremendous job getting back. Let's go 0.5 speed. Let's screenshot this so we can tell the world what we do here on Let's Go Warriors, because nobody else does this. Give me a second while my MacBook slowly gets the screenshot ready. There we go. Always takes 15 seconds. And plate. Yeah, just bothered him. And then he threw it away. Then we come up. So we quickly outlet to Jimmy. Jimmy brings it up. Nobody picks him up, really. So bad transition defense by Minnesota. And he gets in the lane and kicks it to Buddy. And then relocate to Jimmy right there. Rudy's pointing. Rudy's like, hey, somebody get that guy. Let's watch Rudy. Yeah, that's it. So that was nice. But all caused by Gary's point of attack. Man, JK's got to do better on the point of attack, in my opinion. But so does Podz. And our point of attack just isn't good. So I don't know what we're going to do. I mean, we used to have Moody as a good point of attack guy, but then that fell through the ground. So I don't know. Thanks. Draymond 4 fouls. Gosh, we really have the lead. That's crazy. That's crazy. We have the lead. All right, here we go. Podz and Nikhil and pinch post. Gary and Nas looking for Buddy. Goes to Looney. Right side. Knocked away. And Looney's stuck. And he loses it completely against Randle. Randle just all-starred Looney there. That's very bad offense. You don't expect that from Looney. Oh, jump ball. Looney gets him back. Guthrie made the right call, finally. Good job by Looney to disrupt the attack. Can he win a tip against the former All-Star? I think he's a former All-Star, right? Julius Randle. Buddy runs into Mike. Buddy's hilarious. He's holding Mike down on the jump ball here. Guthrie or Scott Foster having trouble launching it. Ant's going to complain. I love it. Looney, it goes to Bunny, and it goes right through his hands. Ah! Nas Reed got the ball. Now Randle. Oh, boy. And Conley floater. No good somehow. He fouls Looney. No call. That was a funny sequence by Buddy. JK against Mike. Down low. Foul. Guthrie called. Yeah. It's power. Power over him. JK making money tonight. That's what you do. Got to make free throws, though. There's two sides of the equation here. Hits. Man, someone threw a towel right at the same time, and on TV, it looked like the towel's going to block the free throw. That's crazy. It was Pat Spencer. JK at the line. Steph discussing with Buddy. I would love to hear what Buddy is saying to Steph right now. Anyways, JK's second free throw. Good. So we are up 75-69. Conley. Randle tramples BP and gets a call finally. The calls are going our way now. Not even at half court. So that's their, 14th turnover. They turn the ball over way too much to be championship contenders. Jimmy at the nail. Fade away over Julius. Too hard. Up by 6 we are. Conley brings it up. BP too much on Conley. Fouls him. That's not a smart foul, but chalk one team foul up. And how many fouls on Randle? That was only 3. Man, Ant has 0 fouls. Conley left side, Podz. Post up Julius. Draymond is in the game now. Here we go, one-on-one. Draymond doing what he can. Fade away, Julius. Short! Great defense, Dray. Draymond lob inside to Jimmy. Got position. Missed it. Off of Jimmy. Oh, just couldn't handle it against Jim. Against Julius, and Jim stares at Mitchell Ervin. Yeah, that should have been a foul on Randle. Ant uses his off arm against Gary. No call. Oh, they're going to call holding on Gary from Scott. Come on. If that's a foul, then that should be a foul on Randle. Wow. I don't know about these calls, man. So they're not turning our way anymore. Gary deflects it, so good disruption there. Julius going to inbound this slowly. Please don't stare at Steph for a long time and we miss the play, and they go away from that finally. Ant Jimmy, Ant Podz on the mic screen. Ant dancing, sidestep, BP all over him, still hit it. Superstar 3 that only a few people in the NBA can do. And cut by Kuminga, makes it. Should have been a foul too. Man. Pull up Ant. He's feeling it. No good. Bounces around right into Conley's hands. Finds Nas in the corner. 3 good. So a pinball. Dangerous pass to Gary. And that's, what are you doing, Draymond? Is it a jump ball now with Gary? Did we call timeout or what's going on right now? We're showing a lot of replays. It's a jump ball. Just, Draymond, what are you doing? It's just mind-boggling. That's the 11th egregious mistake tonight by the entire team. It's just, you better win this tip. Nope. Oh, he does. Gary tips it to the backcourt. Ant wanted a backcourt, but that's a jump ball. You can't do that. Jimmy, one-on-one Nas. Goes right by Nas, reaches in, goes right to Draymond, luckily. Back to Jimmy. Looks at a 3, shoots a 3. Got it! Over Nas, and Nas grimaces. Up by 5. Randle trying to beat Draymond. Elbows him away, no call, scores, and then yells at him. We don't do the taunting call anymore unless you're named Draymond Green. Jimmy and Gary pick and roll. Gets Nas on him again. Draymond goes away. Goes to Gary. Back to Jimmy. Gets the step. Bye-bye, Nas. Foul. Oh, bounces on the rim twice. Late call. Mitchell Ervin. Very obvious foul. I don't understand that. But he'll go to the line. I mean, if you're gonna call that for the Timberwolves on that side, it's just, man, Keystone Cops, man. Bring back Dick Pavetta. Please, Joey Crawford. I'll take them guys any day. This is atrocious. Makes the first free throw. Second free throw. Good, up by 5. Sorry, up by 5, yeah. 82-77. All right, Nikhil in the game against Buddy. Looking for Ant off ball. Looking for Nas. Now Nas screens and flares. Now over to Ant and Gary. All Ant and Gary. Goes left, spins to the elbow. He loses it, and it falls into Randle's hands, and Randle scores, and shot clock violation, barely. Scott Foster calls it off. Can you even challenge that? Yeah, the assistant coach says you can't challenge that. We'll get a replay. Yeah, good call. Good thing Foster got that right. Redeems himself. Huge play. All caused by Draymond help. Draymond hasn't even played that well. I mean, he's played great on defense, but like the offense hasn't been great. Anyways, he gets it to Jimmy eventually. Screens Jaden to get Nas on him. That's the matchup we want. Jimmy Nas, right wing, attacks, spin, fade, nail, short. You can see it. Randle gets the rebound. Over to Ant. Ant and Draymond on the switch. Nas and Jimmy down low. Nas gets it knocked away. Oh, call by Scott Foster. And Jimmy says, no. Next time you better make a call for me. I love how Jimmy does that, man. That's commanding control. I love that. I love that. And we'll go Draymond, beaten by Randle, dunk. So Draymond's hit or miss, but Randle's good. Don't forget, Randle's good. Not the best game by Draymond, though. Like I'd rather have Sengun out there, believe it or not. Draymond attacks, stolen by Jaden. Draymond's woes continue. Ant scores, and I think you got to call timeout. So we call timeout. Very subpar game by Draymond. $82-81 only. What is Ant pointing at? Ant is pointing at somebody, to Chris Finch, but I don't know what's going on. We're only up by 1. Is it good news or bad news that Draymond's playing like crap tonight? I feel like that's good news because we're only up by 1 and he's playing like crap. So was he? Draymond hasn't been mad tonight. That's the thing. So I think Draymond is dialing back a little too far, but whatever it takes to not get text, but you're not playing well tonight. And I don't understand what's going on. If Jimmy has the ball, JK should cut. Let me see. What is JK doing off ball? Well, Bruce, he did. He did cut. And that was at the 7:30 mark. I don't know. JK can do no wrong for me. And it's comforting to know when I actually check the tape, he's actually doing it right. So it's like, I don't want to hear no complaining about JK. You got a whole laundry list of guys to complain about. Number 1 on the list, Draymond. That's not him out there right now. But I'd rather it not be a technical guy, Draymond. But so, okay. I understand it. Number 2, Podz' offense has been very bad. Number 3, Buddy's defense has been very bad. Collectively, our point of attack has been bad. So JK is not number 1, number 2, or number 3 thing to complain about anything tonight. Number 4, I would say probably the refs have been making just strange ones. Like I can't get a read on whether we can be physical or not. Draymond over to Jimmy left side, looking. JK will post up on Nikhil. He's not looking, but Draymond's there. He gets it to Gary. Open 3 corner, no good. And JK will guard Ant. Ant, Gary pops a 3. Got it. Not much you can do about that, and they take the lead. I mean, Gary was there. He's only 6'2". What are you going to do? But Jimmy, not a great pass. Dray and Jimmy missed it with everybody converging. Wow. Can't believe what I'm seeing from Draymond. It's like just not a dart at all. That's like 80-mile-per-hour fastball. Julius probably traveled, finds Nikhil, air ball off of Jimmy, 1.6. Ah. One look at that pass by Draymond one more time. Yeah, it's such a slow pass. Julius for 3 at the buzzer, got it, but it's late. Scott Foster calls it off. Buddy will bring it up on Nikhil. Gets it barely over the timeline. Jim up top. Jaden screened by Draymond to get Randle. Jimmy and Randle calls a screen, goes away from it, throws it away. Tried to go to Draymond. Draymond says, my bad. So this is another preseason game type thing. Don't get too upset about that. It's a preseason game. JR behind the back, smoked the layup, Nikhil did. Wow, we got lucky. JK down the lane, draws another foul. Late call by Guthrie. Got to make free throws, though. Yeah, it's a foul on Julius. No, they're going to challenge this. I feel like we're going to lose this one too because of the, will they make this up? Will they make this up for the bad review on Dray? Yes, B-ball gods, or no, Keystone Cops? Yet again, I think it's Keystone Cops. I have no trust in these guys. In the book, that's a foul. It's very ticky-tack, so I would say that's not a playoff foul. Nobody in the 90s would ever have called that. And they've been calling that on us tonight, especially like with the Draymond non-charge. So I don't have any confidence in winning this one. All right, so Randle has 4 fouls as we speak, but it could change. Dante and Nas have 4, and so does Rudy. Exactly. We get called for less. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Can't get distracted. Why would we get distracted? Oh, distracted by the calls. What? Oh, they gave a foul to Draymond. Of course they gave a foul to Draymond. It just comes out of nowhere. Call a foul on Draymond. Out of nowhere. Might as well find a fan in the background who flip Scott Foster off and kick him out of the game. Same shit. Unbelievable. Randle over to Nikhil. Draymond closes. No one's there to help. Misses a dunk. Draymond fouls out. Mitchell Ervin. And we can't challenge it because we already lost the challenge. They're calling it ticky-tack games in the fourth quarter. Unbelievable. That's not a foul. Just missed the dunk. That's great recovery by Draymond. It's a nice drive, but he missed the dunk. Mitchell Ervin with the ticky-tack with how many minutes? 4:38 to go in the fourth quarter. I don't know what I'm watching. Like, give me Dick Bavetta, all of them guys back. This is just ridiculous. Are we going to get any calls on the other side? Just clear out and give it to JK. And we better get some calls. So how far are we down now? Down by 4. BP, they got to call every ticky-tack on them now. That's what I don't like. And we shouldn't have any ticky-tacks, period. Let me amend what I said earlier. Jimmy drives in, should have been a foul on Conley. That should be a flagrant on Conley, the way how ticky-tack things are going. You know what I mean? Just absolutely ridiculous. I don't know what I'm watching here. It's like, can we go back in time, transport the Kobe Bryant referees from back then, bring them to the present? Because this is ridiculous. Looney hits a free throw. Critical free throws, by the way. You're calling ticky-tack fouls with 4 minutes to go, Mitchell Ervin. This is the NBA. This league makes billions of dollars. How? I'm sure the 3 million people watching this game want to see a foul on that drive, not a tremendous block shot. And against JK in the zone. Kicks it to Conley. 3 ball is banker. Didn't get lucky. Foul on Looney? Mitchell Ervin going nuts here. It's grabbing the jersey. These are fingernail scratches in the 90s. Wow. Rudy hits. Down by 3. I'm just saying, I haven't forgotten the ticky-tack calls. Jimmy drives, JK drives. We better get some call. Zebras. Man, this is ridiculously bad. Julius Lane violation. Wow. They make a lot of mental mistakes, man. So I don't know if Houston would do well against Minnesota, the rate at the ticky-tackness that they have. Buddy's going to try to bring it up on Mike Conley. He's holding them. Can we get a foul? No call. Jimmy and Jaden. Screen Looney coming. Jimmy downhill. Buddy gets a secondary pick. Misses the layup over Rudy, who did well to recover. So good job by Rudy. That was a neat play, by the way, but just missed it. Ant dribbling around, looking for the hero. Nope, kick it 2 times. Jaden for the hero. He got it. Down 6 with 3:15 to go. JK. Attack Randle. Fades away. Wow, I don't know about that. Buddy tips it in. Don't fade, JK. They're calling ticky-tacks. Attack. Gonna full court press. Nope, get it to Julius. Oh, totally get that. Nope. Over to Mike. Over to Rudy. Takes a charge. Jimmy does. Good job by Jimmy to sell it. Makeup call. And basically, it's 5 fouls on Rudy. How many likes do we have? We have 100 concurrents. Anytime we get 100 concurrents, we check the likes and see how putrid the likes are. You guys should hit the like button. Mike Conley off-ball foul on Buddy. All right, JK up top, 10 seconds on the shot clock. Got to do something. Gets a double screen, gets Conley, makes a move, and he's going to back him up. 2, 1, he gets to the nail. He shoots it. He's short. Looney rebound. Gets it back to JK. Goes up, gets it knocked away by Ant. 2-on-1, Julius. Over to Rudy. Dunks it. Foul and 1, Looney. .205 to go. Literally no need to foul that. JK's definitely got to work on that in the offseason in terms of protecting the ball. When you're like that, you can't just hold it out like that easily. They're never going to call it foul on Ant on that, and probably was all ball. Now we're down 6 and 7 as he made it. 86-93. I mean, we're keeping him under 100, but we can't score. JK now. Jimmy's in the corner. JK and Randle. He gets it to Buddy. Need this one. He got it. Buddy catch and shoot. 89-93. Need a stop. Jaden 1-on-1 JK over to... Oh, Buddy steals it. Oh, he got it off of Nikhil, I think it was. Who fell down? Maybe it wasn't Nikhil. I don't even know if he's in the game right now. Oh, yeah, he is. Yeah, Buddy got it away from Nikhil. Wow, Buddy. Deflect off Nikhil. They now have 17 turnovers. By the way, we have 13. Still down 4. Funny thing is Jimmy hasn't touched the ball in a while. BP brings it up. Hand off Jimmy. Back up top Looney. Left side Kuminga. He's looking passive, looking for Buddy. Buddy dribble. Fire a 3 into somebody's face. No good. Rebound Randle. Down 4. That was a hero ball. It didn't work. And JK was passive. Ant for the hero. No good. Buddy tried, but Rudy got it. And another reload. Got that one. Bad screen Looney. Rudy falls. So Looney's fouled out. Maybe go Trayce. Down by 7. I don't know what's taking so long. I think we're just taking our time to get in the sub for Looney. I think you got to go Trayce. Looney wasn't that great tonight. I mean, a couple good taps or whatnot, but I think I'd rather have Trayce. I'm not quite sure what Trayce did wrong. Maybe he got beaten a couple times. I'm not sure. Have to watch the tape. Joe Ingles having some fun with Naz Reid on the bench. You forget that they have Joe Ingles. So they said Julius Randle with the triple-double. I don't know what's taking so long here. Are we, what are we doing? Got a timeout? And we stayed with no commercial. 1:13 to go. Inbound to Randle. And Randle throws it away. Finch can't believe it. But he's got a triple-double. Wow. Randle throws it away. That'd be funny if they lost. That's funny. Pretty good pressure by Buddy. JK finally goes downhill. No call. Ticky-tacks. You're going to call ticky-tack for them and not us. Okay. Ant tries to dunk it. Trayce fouled him. Alex Rodriguez was happy about that. Let me rewatch the JK. That's a foul on Randle. He's forearming him in the back. Wow. Crazy. I mean, it's not crazy. It's the Keystone Cops. It's just, you're going to call fouls on Draymond and this ticky-tack, that ticky-tack. JK goes down the lane. Julius is forearm in the back, no call. Late in the game when like There's really nothing else happening. Down by 9. JK for 3. Got it. Over Randle. Down by 6 with 43 seconds. Going to take a miracle. 92-98. Inbound to Randle. JK on him. Probably travels. Moved his pivot foot. McDaniel's carrying the ball left and right. The guy doesn't know how to dribble. I mean, I'm just saying, if you're going to call it ticky-tack, call it ticky-tack. And he travels again. Finally hits. Jaden. Golly. This is just crazy. Trayce will dunk it on the roll. Man. Down 6, 15.2, Jimmy fouls. Jaden at the line, down 6 we are. Hits both, timeout. All the comments that you guys have, you're forgetting one thing. This is really the first time we've had this identity. This is the first time we've actually had a game plan without Steph. Jimmy for 3. JK climbs the back of Julius. No call. He'll fire a 3. Hits it. Incredibly, we're down by 5. Got a foul. BP does not foul. Why? Why give up? I don't understand that. So he lets it go, and they win by 5. I just got to time you out. This is ridiculous. Get out of here. I'm gonna time out people for 24 hours at this point. Just go home because I already know you don't want to say anything positive. So I already know that because we lost and you're unable to say anything positive. Unlike Pinky, there's a handful of us that can. There's a great many average pedestrians like you who can't. So I think it was not foul called by Foster, huh? What? Yeah, surprisingly, Guthrie was the best one out of the three tonight. Mitchell Ervin wasn't that great either. Oh, so that's what was going on there? Jake had to be pulled by Trayce. There you go. You can blame the refs all you want, but we're still making mistakes. So a lot of turnovers. Draymond, mindless turnovers, mindless. And so we can play better. So that's the good news. We literally lost by 5 and we can play way better. Yeah, we're almost figuring it out. You can't expect to figure everything out in one game. So you've got to just ignore the fact that you're down 1-2. Just go into the next game just with all the knowledge that you can take from this tape. So I think that's part of the problem. Everybody, like, I think you guys need to just come to grips with reality. Dubs Johnson, do you agree? Like, this hamstring injury, like, do you really expect Steph Curry to come back 100% game 6? Like, let's be realistic here. So just keep playing. This is a new team. Keep playing, keep getting better. It's the process. It's all good. Now, there are certain things that you wish that's under your control. which are turnovers and point of attack defense. So unfortunately, we used to have a pretty good point of attack defender in Moody, but he decided to go deer in the headlights. Not he decided to go. He just had deer in the headlights game 7. Hasn't been the same since Houston game 7. So unfortunately, our point of attack is what it is without Moody playing good point of attack. Yeah, you can play more zone. Yeah, definitely. That's a good idea. And that's sadly, I think, because the point of attack sucks. Well, we're not saying he's coming back, and we're not saying he's not coming back. So, right. Wow, Dean's coming on? It's a Saturday? Cool. Let's get Dean on here. I did not expect that. And I was a little worried I wasn't going to be able to do a podcast, but now I'm more confident of doing one because I've been so tired over the last X number of games that I haven't done a podcast. 3. So it's a long time to go without a podcast, but very, very exhausted lately. So it's good news to have Dean Chambers in the house. There, your link is now sent. Oh, and we'll go to the post game. Okay, what else we got? Yeah, good point. If this was a blowout, I'd be concerned. Exactly. What the heck is that? All right, Steve's at the podium. We're about 3 minutes behind because of y'all crazy comments that I gotta be recess monitor for. Stop it. Not on my channel, please. That's why I created the channel. I created the channel literally to get away from Twitter. And yet you come from Twitter and thumb typing that you would do on Twitter. No, I'm blocking that shit. Here's Steve.
Steve, you're up 5 with about 8 minutes left. What did you see happening there down the stretch? Was it maybe a case your guys wearing out a little bit after playing so hard for so long?
Felt like a couple of offensive rebounds for them turned into threes. I think Edwards had one out of the corner. Reed, there's a big sequence where Jimmy had a shot at the rim. Looked like he was going to convert it. Looked like he might have gotten fouled, but and then they went the other way, got an offensive board, and Reed hit the three from the corner. I thought that was the sequence that really shifted the game and the momentum. So 13 offensive boards for them, 26 points. That was a big factor in the fourth.
Draymond's 6 fouls obviously played a major factor, and I think 2 of them were challenged, one by you, one by them, and then obviously the 6-1 late. What did you see there? Just what did you think of his game overall?
Yeah, we felt pretty strongly that the one on the I think it was his fourth on the block. He called the block. It looked like Randle went through his chest, and so we felt pretty good about challenging it. Plus, it was his fourth. But obviously, it didn't. We didn't get the call, and that's part of the game. But Randle was great, and the foul trouble, and the 6-1 was a tough one. That didn't feel great looking at the replay, but it is what it is. And they outplayed us in the fourth, and they deserve to win.
How would you describe Jimmy Butler's play tonight? He said if he needs to go score 40, he might be able to do it. Did you see him carrying an extra load in this, and what was that watching?
Jimmy was incredible. I mean, he really controlled the game for us, and put us in a position to win, and we just couldn't close it out. But he was brilliant all night.
Did JK figure something out last game? Obviously tonight he's got 30.
I'm sorry?
Jonathan Kuminga. Just what do you think of his performance tonight?
Oh, he was brilliant. JK played one of the best games of his life. It was fantastic to see, and you can see how necessary he is in this matchup, especially without Steph. We're having a tough time getting free, and he's obviously capable of giving us some points, getting to the rim, and I thought he was fantastic. I've said it a couple times to you guys. I've just been impressed with the way he's handled things the last couple of weeks, with the way he's stayed ready and put in the work, and it paid off tonight.
We know Brandon does so many things well besides scoring. He led the team in rebounds tonight, but just how much do you need his offense and his scoring, especially with Steph out? Well,
if things bounce the other way and we're in here with a win, nobody cares that he didn't score a lot. So when the game goes in one direction or the other, it's easy to kind of look at different stats for different things. PP's not a big scorer. He's a basketball player. He does a lot of great things out there. Thought he played really well tonight. The shots didn't go, but I'm confident that they'll go in game 4.
You mentioned pregame you have to win the game with your defense. Just overall, what do you think about the collective team defense tonight?
Yeah, the team defense was really good. I mean, I think we held them to 102. That's a pretty good number. But Randle and Edwards really both got going in the second half, and that was the key. We couldn't quite contain them, especially in the fourth, and that was the difference.
Steve, what's going to have to go right for you on Monday to kind of make sure you don't go?
Not that much, really. Like, we're right there. We feel great about our chances, and this is what the playoffs are all about. There's these emotional swings and momentum shifts, and we just got to, take tomorrow off and get the guys refreshed, recharged, and come back in Monday and tee it up again.
Jimmy and Jonathan combined for 63 points. What did you think about them being on the floor together and complementing each other and each getting their attack?
Yeah, I mean, they played great. I mean, we had combinations out there that probably hadn't been out there the entire season, you know, starting Trayce and, you know, playing the groups together that we did. But I think we found some good combinations, and, you know, Jimmy and Draymond were both fantastic and obviously played a lot of minutes together and did a great job.
You only got up 23 threes. Yeah. I mean, obviously no Steph creates issues there. I mean, are you just going to have to find a way to create more, or is this just almost the style? Yeah, I mean, it's hard to generate threes. I mean, you have to you have to gain an advantage and get rotations, and you know, it's hard for us to do without Steph, without our point guard. You know, in pick and rolls, and Jimmy obviously is creating plenty, but it's different. It's not the same level of you know, stretching the defense out like Steph does, and so we've got to find ways to score more, to try to generate more shots, and we'll look at the tape and figure that out.
Steve, you talked about looking for the formula without Steph, mixing and matching, and you guys have spent a lot of time on this. How close do you think you are?
Really close. Yeah, really. I felt good about the way the game went tonight. We just couldn't close it out. And again, give them credit. They made all the plays in the fourth, and Randle and Edwards really got going. And we just we couldn't quite, you know, overcome them once we got down. But you know, we controlled much of that game, and you know, up 6 or whatever it was. You know, 8 minutes to go. I liked where we were. We just couldn't finish. So the formula looks good. You know, we'll have some adjustments to make, but I like the matchup. I like what we're doing.
Steve, beyond his scoring, what about the way Jonathan played? It seemed like a couple times he cut to the basket off the ball to get passes. Yeah. And I know you talked about him figuring it out back in January. Do you feel like you saw that? And how difficult is that given how little he's played recently?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he's kept himself ready. He's done a great job of you know, working on his conditioning, playing in the you know, the low minute games, and you know, didn't play a whole lot in the Houston series, but he's clearly finding his groove and his rhythm now, and just in time.
Steve, you mentioned their offense getting going in the second half. What impact does Draymond picking up the fourth foul and then the sixth foul have on that?
Yeah, that was huge. That was a really big deal. So it's part of the game, you know. Foul trouble, injuries, all that stuff. None of it matters. You have to find a way.
Did you notice them attacking you differently with him?
Sorry?
Did you notice them attacking differently with him off the court?
No.
Steve, you mentioned earlier that you got to manufacture more offense, but with Steph out, obviously you went to a lineup that had two non-shooters, and Brandon is struggling right now. Where do you find the offense from if Buddy's not making shots? Where does it come from?
Well, that's the trick. We've got to put our best two-way lineups on the floor. I think I think we're going to win the series with defense. We're not going to you know, beat them in a skill game. If you know, we have to get stops to win the series. Without Steph, obviously, we're a totally different team. And so if we can you know, get stops and run, create some offense off of our defense, that's part of the formula.
Julius Randle has taken a very different role in this series versus past series and past games. He's taking a lot more ball handling and a lot more passing. I think he's averaged 11 assists the last 2 games. How are you planning on adjusting to make sure that his passing impact doesn't?
Well, we'll watch the tape tomorrow and figure it out, and then we won't tell you. So we'll save that for Monday.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
All right. Where are you, Dean? All right. Let's send it over. Get the work started. I'm ready to log off. It's like I'm ready to log off because it's impossible for me to actually think that we'll have some, good comments after a loss. But I'm ready to leave the room a la J. Cole. Speaking of which, don't forget to act like J. Cole money long instead of your friends on Twitter.
Somebody for 2 minutes and just exchange a few words and know where that person is vibrationally. If they talk about other people, gossiping, hating, like, all right, this might not go that far. I remember one time I had a moment in the studio where J. Cole was there and I was just having a bad day and I started just talking trash. I was talking to my other friend Teron and Cole came in the room and within 2 minutes he heard what we was talking about and he got up and left. And I just remember being like, damn,
what we say?
Why did he do that? Yeah. But then I realized we wasn't on the same frequency. He not on that. Complaining, that kind of conversation does not circulate in higher level rooms. He didn't judge me. He didn't say nothing bad. He sat there, he listened for like a minute, and then he got up and left. Because what happens is when you're high vibrational, most likely, those people are going to bring you down. You're not going to be able to bring them up.
Okay, let's go to Steve Kerr outside the foyer. Here we go. And some of this is repeated after the podium, but it's fine. More Steve.
Why a lot of teams would love to have him. Well, Chase Center, Chris Alvarez with the coach, Steve Kerr.
All right, here head coach Steve Kerr, a tough Game 3 loss. I noticed the first and second quarters, you closed the quarter strong, and then the fourth, it's nip and tuck. What was the key sequence in your mind down the fourth?
I thought there was a swing where Jimmy had a shot at the rim. I thought he got fouled, but no call. And then they got an offensive rebound at the other end, and Reed made a corner three. That felt like the key momentum shift in the fourth, and where we lost our control of the game. I thought their offensive rebounding was really important. They scored 26 points off 13 offensive boards, and I thought that was the difference in the game overall.
Well, you guys didn't make a three in the first half, but then found some rhythm in the third quarter, specifically, I think 6 of 11. What was the key to kind of getting loose there in the third?
The game is going to have some swifts, some swings and shifts. And so first half we had some decent looks, didn't make anything, but second half the game opened up a little bit. So there's always going to be, kind of ebbs and flows with 3-point shooting.
Obviously, offensively, you're taking Butler and Kuminga. I heard you say Kuminga had the game of his life. Just talk about those two guys and what they provided offensively.
They were both awesome. Jimmy really controlled the game, and then we clearly needed JK's points. And he attacked. He knocked down shots, made some really good cuts. On the interior, and got some buckets in the hoops. So both guys played great. We were right there. We just got to bounce back on Monday.
And what kind of energy and desperation do you expect your team to come out with on Monday?
We'll have plenty of that. I'm not worried about that. Our guys are connected. They're competitors, and we'll bring it on Monday.
All right. Thank you so much for your time, Steve.
Thanks a lot.
Larry, let's send it back to you.
Those of you just joining us, if you're going to come on here and make a comment at this point, after 48 minutes of like below average commenting, I have a pretty high bar right now. So, Buddy Healed at the podium. So if you're going to make a comment and you think I'm being nitpicky and whatever, just throw in an adjective. I don't care. I'm deleting it because I don't want this to be Twitter all over again. Just saying anything. No, we don't say anything on this channel. That's why this channel is not popular. That's why I don't make a lot of money off this channel. That's why I don't have many subscribers on my website. Like, it's a very closed group, very, very high bar to get over. And, you know, if I'm just treating it like J. Cole, if I read the room and it's not fun for me, then I'm shutting people down and timing people out. It's my channel. I get to do that. I really don't care. I mean, I care if you're positive and bring inspiration and creativity to me and the rest of the people. But if you don't and you bring it the opposite way, like Anakin Skywalker, then nah, I don't want you here. Here's Buddy.
Ford assembles the most vehicles in the country.
Another fun fact, everyone pays what we pay.
No, you get employee pricing. You get employee pricing.
Them.
Yeah.
Everyone gets employee pricing.
Let's talk about what we can do.
Wow. Let's try that again. Sheesh. Shavano Healed. See if we can keep up with his fast talking style. Please work. And right at that moment, Rich ran out of memory. Let's see. Shit. Content not available. No, it wasn't ran out of memory.
It's playoff time. Who's going fishing?
The feed just went out, so I got to just start all over. Take 3 coming up. So after the commercial, I have to restart that. We're about 3 or 4 minutes behind, buddy. Maybe 6 minutes behind because I keep going back 10 seconds and we're not making any progress. Is the third time the charm or not? Here we go.
Buddy eventually some threes started falling. You helped out in that department in the second half. But what were the challenges in that first half when you guys went 0 for 5 for 3? It's like the opportunities to take 3 weren't even coming as well.
Yeah, we do. I mean, if you look in the first 2 games before that, we was not able to get threes up. The only person probably get threes up was probably Steph. And when Steph is not there, the way they're gravitating to me, just got to find a way to get them up, you know. And you don't want to be forceful out there and take the energy of the team and they want to take bad shots usually, like, you know. And everybody was like, you know, you got to get threes up, but you got to stick to the energy of the game and flow of the game. And I think the flow of the game had a 2-point lead coming into halftime. But I think that as the pace picked up, you know, and the stakes starting to come closer, you know, I was able to get free and spread in the storm. And, you know, I got up 7 in the first half, made 4. So hopefully, before we made 2 more, my chance to win the game.
Do you see anything right now? Sorry if I could follow up. Do you see anything right now hampering Podz's shot, or is he just with the spacing different? Do you think that's impacting him?
Nah, I mean, to be honest with you, BP's one of the guys that's free lensing out there. They're letting him play basketball. But, you know, in all, like, you know, he's a second-year guy and first put up experience. You know, he's going to go through ups and downs. But fun challenge, you know. And, of course, he's going to get hard on himself. He's a hard worker. Every time I come to the gym, he's always here working hard. And, like, I just told him after the game, next shot, best shot. You know, you can't worry about it. Just living it now. And, you know, BP's can come around for us, and we just gotta trust it.
How would you describe the way Kuminga played tonight after what he's been through?
Elite. This is Jonathan we missed. We just know Jonathan, you know, he was capable of. I'm so happy for him to see him just be aggressive and play basketball and without second guessing himself, you know. And like he said in the last interview, you know, you feel like he got his confidence back and his feet are under him. And I think he did a great job tonight.
Following up on that, you're one of the guys who we know has brought joy to this team, both on and off the court. Is there any message that you've been telling JK kind of behind the scenes to just keep his confidence up?
And it's not only me, it's everybody, you know, just opportunity, man. It's when it comes, he's a guy that works so hard. I don't know if anybody works hard as JK. He's always in the gym. He comes and prepare himself, and he's working his butt off. And he stayed ready. He's a true professional, and that's why he's helping us start the game here. And I hope that everybody's watching and seeing what he's capable of.
You're known to talk to Jimmy some, have a pulse on him. What did you think just being around him in this game? Where was his, you know, did he have a super high energy level even before the game?
Oh, Jimmy? Yeah. Jimmy was good. You know, he's just been coming to being a pro. You know, he had 33 tonight. He willed us all the game. He willed us all game. And we're going to even do it again for game 4. He's doing what he can do, man. And we just got to be ready to buckle down and give him some more support. Myself, everybody, BP, is locking in. The role players need to help Jimmy out some more so that we can tie us up and go back to Minnesota.
Steve's talked a lot about having the formula with Steph. Now it has to change. Do you think you have a new formula tonight? Do you think this can carry over to the next game?
You know, we had the game in front of us. You know, I don't know, it was a 6-minute mark. We'd up like 3 or 4 or 5 maybe. And we got to get away from us. We just got to be able to protect the basketball and and weather the storm and just get the ball to Jimmy and let him figure it out for us.
How has it been with Steph supporting the team off the court? And do you ever feel kind of this pressure to cover on his behalf? What does that look like for you?
Nobody will cover Steph Curry. What he does, there's no pressure. If you come in and thinking that you gotta fill his role, you're crazy because he does so much with his team. You know, trust me, everybody would like to do it, but he's touched by an angel. You know, he's touched by God. You know, he's blessed. But he's Steph Curry, man. He's always supportive, always there, talking to guys. I'm always asking questions. How can I? When you see on this play, how can I get open? And just reading stuff. And I think that just talking on the second half and halftime, I'll be able to get some shots off early in the second half. You know, and as a game as a team. So just reading the defense, man. They're like, I'm getting the Steph rules right now. I told them, I see what you go through. Yeah. So, but it's fun. That's why it's a 7-game series. It's always a challenge, and you got to overcome these challenges. That's the best thing about this. We get the Mother's Day tomorrow, and then after that, Monday, to show the world what we can do.
Buddy, how does the margin for error change defensively when Draymond's not on the floor?
Yeah, man, that's a tough call. Just that's a tough call, man. I feel like everything didn't go our way tonight that we thought would go our way. There's the offensive foul. I just don't understand the rules, and Draymond is all-world defensive player, and the guy put your forearm in his chest. I've seen when guys referee challenge it went automatic. They don't take that long. I feel like they were debating it too long on the challenge and reviewing it, and they're going over time and they're trying to figure out what's the right call. And I just know that everything just went our way today, and that's how the game is. Though we don't want no excuses. We don't want to feel sorry for us, but nothing went his way today. We're picking up a foul against McDaniels and hands part of the ball, So, but we didn't get calls that we supposed to get. Jimmy got fouled a couple times, and then Najee on his back, he had 5 fouls. So it is what it is, man. And this is the fun part about it. You just gotta figure it out. And we're down 2-1. We just gotta weather the storm.
When you talk about getting the Steph rules right now, what is that like? I know you see him go through, but what is it like to go through it yourself? How difficult is that?
It's tough, but it's a challenge, and you gotta be patient, man. Like the shooter, you're never patient. You're always trying to outgun somebody. You're always trying to find the best shot possible. But I know in the playoffs, you gotta find the best shot possible. Sometimes you might take some crazy ones, and sometimes you might make that crazy ones, but you need to find that spark to get your team going. And, everybody knows that. I think you can feel in the crowd, knows that we need to get threes up, to be able to sustain and open up this gap. But, man, it's a fun challenge every day, and they're a tough defensive group, and I just can't wait for Monday.
When you say weather the storm, do you take things out of this game that make you feel optimistic about Monday?
Yeah, we take things. You always just find the series you learn. How can you adjust? They won 2 in a row. I feel like it's a game we should have won tonight, but we didn't win it. But you just got to go to the drawing board and figure out what's in that spurt where we lost it, and how we can learn and go from that.
We always say Anthony Edwards is an elite talent, but what more could be done to try to slow him down, especially in the late going here?
He's gonna get a lot of volume of shots up. He was 13 for 28, as expected, 5 from 40 and 3. I mean, he did the thing. We just gotta try to be limited, more touches. Pano, when you give him the easy ones. He didn't couple of loose ball plays, didn't win our way. He got a couple of threes off, a couple of stick hands, and just keep him going from going downhill. Try to stay in front of him as much as we can.
From Game 7 hero to taking Game 1 on the road and then 2 straight losses, how do you deal with the kind of back and forth as far as from an insane happiness to a little bit of disappointment? How do you deal with that?
I mean, this is the NBA, man. You can't get too high, can't get too low. You enjoy it when you can, but it's on to the next. Like you said, Game 7 is you win that. You can't even enjoy it because we're trying to watch film on Minnesota, and one day off, and then after the next game playing, and we won that one. But it's NBA, you can't get too happy, you gotta be complacent. This was we haven't won anything. We move to the next round, but nothing has not been won. Our goal has been a championship, and our goal is to try to weather the storm as we can when we get 30 back, because we know how elite we are with him. But I think I know we can beat these guys without him too. So ready for Monday, get to the drawing board, and let's get it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll have y'all get Gatorades back.
He said you can have your Gatorades back because at the beginning of it, he put the Gatorade logos down because he sponsors a water brand, which I don't remember. So I'll just go to the Discord here and look up Buddy, and we'll find out what company sponsored him and remember what it was, because our Discord is awesome. Unfortunately, I can't give you access to the Discord right this moment because it's not ready yet, and I'm exhausted, and it's been, game after game after game, and no time to do anything else Let's Go Warriors related. So I don't have the subscription platform ready to go yet. And so you are unable to see this other than me doing this live. It's somewhere in here. I just gotta find it and scroll up a million times. It's definitely from All-Star Weekend. It's probably on his Instagram, come to think of it. Oh, Dean Chambers in the house. Hang on, Dean. Let me scroll up 5 more times. There it is. Drink Recover. That's why Buddy got rid of the Gatorade. That's on our Discord server. So once I am able to publicize that, just go to Discord. It will be a paid subscription, but it's not ready yet. Hey, Dean. So what are your immediate thoughts?
What's up, Rich? Looking at the stats for Jimmy and JK, and both of them were, close to, all-star, all-NBA caliber tonight, I think. The team only got 34 points without him. They had 63 and the team scored 94. So obviously need someone else to step up, but the biggest thing to me was, did an excellent job on Anthony Edwards in the first half. I think he had 3 points or something like that, maybe 6 points. And I think in the second half he had like 27. Let's see, he finished up with 36. So maybe, he had 8 points, I think. Oh, thank you, Bloomer. Bright minds alongside Rich. That's the goal, sir. We can talk. We'll talk, I'm sure, about the calls, about the physicality of the game and everything later. The biggest thing to me is we're not going to win if Julius Randle's getting 11, 12 assists. That's the biggest adjustment, I think. We played really hard. We played really well. We had a lot in front of us, and letting Randle play make like that, from the 4 spot when we have the worst playoff game from Draymond that I can remember. That's a point forward battle, and we lost that one. So, I think Draymond, Draymond on Randle playing a little better. I like JK on Ant. I thought that worked pretty well. This is a sign that we can win a game without Steph against the Timberwolves, but we didn't, and the Timberwolves took it from us, and congratulations to them. I thought they got a really good game from Rudy Gobert. So that's what's going through my mind is, did everything stay in the game? Didn't quite do everything to win it. So thank you, Dubs. How's it going? Not tired anymore, huh? Said he was too tired to type before this. It was too bad that we struggled to get offense, I think, from other players. I thought Looney could cut down on a couple moving screens, a couple of jersey grabs. That would have really helped. But we're talking about things in the margins, to use a coaching term. It was just clearing up some things in the margins. This obviously Jimmy and JK, obviously they can get us a huge amount of the offense that we need. Need Draymond to step up, need BP to step up a little bit. Although I thought BP's rebounding and his defense wasn't too bad. And if you look at the team stats, everything was pretty close. I think we were 23 fouls for them, 24 fouls for us. The free throws, I think, were even. The three-pointers weren't too bad. It was 13 of 34 for them and 10 of 23 for us. So they hit more, but at a worse percentage, and we shot almost 44%. We shot 43.5% from three. You know, it was literally tied, 17 to 21 for both teams from the free throw line. We hit one less shot and had one less field goal attempt than them. Yeah, I think looking at the box score here a little bit.
Do you have a lot from the box score? Because Jimmy's at the podium.
Oh, no, let's go to Jimmy.
Thank
you.
Cool. Appreciate it.
Jimmy, you guys had a 5-point lead kind of early in the fourth quarter and kind of went bad from there. What did you see happening at the close of the game?
We probably just didn't get the shots that we wanted to get and turn the ball over a few times, didn't get back. Didn't contest shots, didn't take a three out the game, and then that was it.
Jimmy, how did the game change when Draymond picked up his fourth and then his sixth foul?
I mean, obviously he's one of the top defenders in the world, for sure the best defender on this squad. And when he's out, it's just different. You don't got nobody back there that's quarterback in the way that he does it, that can switch everything, that can get every loose ball, and that can rebound. But even whenever he does go out, we still got to be better.
Steve talked about the importance of the defense overall without Steph on the floor. What did you just think of the overall performance?
I think we were better than our last game. We still didn't get as many loose balls and 50-50 balls as we talked about getting. But overall, we did get better. Just wasn't good enough.
Obviously, a much different team without Steph. What is the main difference, and how close do you think you guys are to being really in sync without Steph?
I mean, we're all right. I think we, obviously with Steph out there, he demands 2 to 3 bodies when he's out there on the floor. When he's not, there's just no room for error. You can't make mistakes. You can't turn the ball over. You can't get back, all of those things. And then you got to take the right shots. You got to move the ball the right way, because he's the one individual for sure on this team, maybe in the league, that can make sure you're never out of any game. So, like I said, we just got to be better and limit our mistakes.
Jimmy, what do you take out of this game going into game 4? Are there encouraging things that you take out of it?
Yeah, of course. That we can compete without Steph. We're still as confident as ever. We're going to go back to the film, to the drawing boards, and figure it out. Come back in here on Monday and get this thing to 2-2.
Jimmy, you took 26 shots, obviously more aggressive taking them. Was that just the mindset you had in this one, that you're going to have to put up a volume of shots? And how did you think your night went?
I mean, I don't care how many shots I shoot. I don't care how many points I score. If it's not towards winning, none of that ever matters. So, 26 shots, 36 shots. Next time, it has to be in a win.
43 minutes, I believe. Are you feeling 43 minutes?
Yeah, for sure. I wish I could have played like 48 though, back in my my Chicago days. Whatever the squad needs for me to do, I got to be able to do it. I train to be able to play a large amount of minutes and do it in an effective way. But I got all the trust of Steve and the coaching staff and everybody else to make sure that I'm going to be ready. So 43 it is. 43 we got.
How much of this do you have to take the Steph out of your mind, as far as just think about this series without him, or how much are you just thinking get a win to make sure, we can try to get him back?
It's always get a win. If we don't win, we damn sure don't have to worry about getting Steph back this year. So we got to, put our big boy pants on and go out there and compete at a high level and get this one on Monday. and then we can worry about the next one after that. But, get some rest, recover, dominoes, coffee, kids.
Jimmy, after the last game, you said you and JK can thrive together, and tonight you guys did just that. What'd you like from him tonight and his aggression?
Everything. Shooting the ball when he's open, attacking into the free throw line. It's a beautiful sight to see. But like I tell everybody, me and him can thrive together. I know how to space the floor. I can tell him, hey, when I have the ball, you go here and you do this. And we talk, we listen to one another. And then he has an incredible game like tonight. And he did so many good things out there on the floor. And I know that he's going to be a huge part in us winning on Monday.
Jimmy, your role tonight was very similar to what your role was in the past, especially those Miami teams. How is your mindset and a couple more years? How has that changed from there to here?
It hasn't changed. I know who I am as a player, and I know what's needed of me on any given night, so to speak. And it could change depending on who's in and out of the lineup. But it doesn't matter what part of my career I was in. If it doesn't go towards winning, then it's all a waste. So whether I'm the player now or who I was X amount of years ago, we didn't win tonight, so none of that ever matters.
Jimmy, what do you expect the desperation and the urgency to feel like on Monday when you guys are back on the floor here?
We straight. I'm not going to tell my guys to be desperate or is any more urgent than anything. You go out there and you play basketball and you hoop and you leave all the noise up to myself, to Dray, to Steph, and to the coaching staff. You go out there and you do exactly what you're doing. You're doing great. The guys know that.
Jimmy, how would you describe the challenges of scoring against a team like Minnesota with so many long, athletic guys in the way?
Yeah, scoring is never the problem. I think 97 can win in the playoffs. It's us on the other end. We got to stop them from scoring. We got to not turn the ball over. We got to get back. I definitely think that we can score with the best of them, but we got to be able to guard with the best of them as well.
Perfect.
It's kind of not that long of an interview. All right. Let's see if Dean's around. Okay, he's not around. Let's go live one more time, see if anybody else is at the podium. Normally, we'd be waiting for Steph, but Steph is not going to be on the podium anytime soon. So, don't know who we're waiting for now. Okay. Take a look at the Discord in the background, and not much going on there. I'm sure we'll get a few Jimmy Butler tweets pretty soon. Oh yeah, look at that. Putting it in perspective. Wow, all those other three teams are down 2-1 as well. Isn't that crazy? Okay. Well, I'm still working on the transcription of Steve, so Dean go grocery shopping or what's going on here? Let's see.
Definitely not.
Nothing much happening on the live feed from the NBA. I decided not to go live on Instagram because it's just a lot of mental work. Oh, Dean's back. It's a lot to go live here and go live there and this and that. Oh, it's tiring. All right, Dean, what did you think of some of these podium visits? And then we can kind of go back to the game after that. But what's anything you wanted to talk about in terms of what you heard?
Well, I always am looking for
I think your mic is off. Oh wait, my speaker's off, so that's my fault.
Am I
There
okay?
you go.
Can you hear me?
I can. Everybody
cool.
could. I couldn't. Yeah.
No, I just want to make sure. I always looking for Steve I was looking how Steve reacts to a big Jonathan Kuminga game, and I think calling him brilliant tonight is a really good sign. You know,
the brilliant.
Brilliant.
He said the brilliant has usually been the adjective for Steph.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
great.
Yeah,
and I thought Jimmy was very calm, very confident today.
Yeah. He always is.
Yeah.
Hey, Dean.
But sometimes there's a little, we need to do this, we need to do that. And today it was just, no, we're straight, we're cool.
But also we need to not turn the ball over part as well.
Yeah, but that's true every single game we've ever played. Ever since I've
been
been
watching. Also, Dean, don't forget, you know what was the most important? I'm just kidding, actually. What? Domino's Coffee and Kids.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I do think there were a couple times where maybe we could have called a few more timeouts. I don't know what we ended up with.
Oh, I remember Pinky. Pinky was like, "Oh, we only have one timeout, and there's like 5-6 minutes left." And I was like, "Wow, how do you even look that up?" I don't know that Pinky even got back to me on that one. How do you look that up during the game? But anyway, no, I think we ran out of timeouts. Plus, we used the challenge and lost it. So
yeah, that. I think I wouldn't be surprised if they mentioned that in the 2-minute report. Whether they got it right or wrong, that felt like a.
But I don't think it was within the last 2 minutes.
Oh, they only cover. Yeah, right. Yeah. By the way, you know, I would like to hear why the refs called that block on Draymond. That didn't feel right.
Yeah. None of that felt right, but
I don't want to blame the refs, you know, but
the turnovers to me were way more egregious than the bad calls. Like,
yeah, but we just got off playing the Rockets. You know what I mean?
Oh, I have no problem categorizing this as a preseason game in terms of that's hyperbole, but kind of it is.
Oh, it was a regular season game. Yeah, they called this like this was January.
No, I mean the way we're playing.
The way we're playing. Yeah, maybe.
Throw the ball, and Gary went that way, and Jimmy threw it that way, and it's like normally I don't see that except in preseason, or we do see it for the Warriors in certain spots, but that's when we're just not there yet. So what are you gonna do? Or Draymond throwing the ball inside of Jimmy, and it's like very slow pass.
This
like
is the worst playoff game I've ever seen Draymond play.
Yeah, he mentioned that.
For sure. No points, no rebounds, no blocks or steals of any note, 4 assists and 5 turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to he doesn't need to step up. He needs to cut out the fat. You know what I mean? Just streamline the game. You know? Because he's our Rajon Rondo. He's our point guard, really, you know, who's a great defender. I have no doubt that he'll step up and have a much better game. Yeah, Jimmy had 4 turnovers. That's true, but I was pretty happy with Butler's performance. I thought one thing though was he entered. I forget. Do you remember how many assists he had at halftime, Rich? I think it was like 5 or something.
No.
Anyway, he only finished the game with 7. I thought that was a great adjustment on Minnesota's defense. That was Minnesota taking Butler out of the passing game. I think he still was very aggressive with the shot and everything. Probably got fouled a few times that weren't called, but that's that's just the way certain games go, But I have no doubt that BP can step up, hitting some more open shots. On the other hand, like that, I think it was like 6 minutes ago in the fourth, and he took like a crossover step back 3 or something. That that those kind of things need to be cut out. Looney, a couple really, really bad fouls. We found out that Jimmy and JK are very difficult for anybody to guard. Not just the Timberwolves. I think that would apply through a lot of these different series. We didn't really have much of a buddy game. We didn't really have much of a BP game. We didn't. We weren't that bad. I think we had 10. We had 14 turnovers and they had 18. So while we had some bad turnovers, we did win the turnover battle.
Hey, can you hold on a second? I got to check something.
Did JK figure something out last game? See, obviously tonight he's got 30 points. Jonathan Kuminga, just what do you think?
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right. I just had to check that on my transcription. Go ahead.
We had some bad turnovers, but we won the turnover game. So obviously 14 is what we both, I think, would call the maximum for a good protect the ball game.
No, nah. We're not on the same page on that. This team doesn't have Steph Curry. The Steph Curry 9 turnovers, 12 turnovers, what have you. Like that's with Steph. This you can't make mistakes here. This is just like Jimmy said. But as I said, also, this is like the second game these guys have played together with Jimmy without Steph. So I give them a lot of leeway on that. But it's gotta, if they want to win, suddenly come into the Western Conference semis, this new identity that's hardly ever played together. And you better not make those mistakes against Minnesota, because for them it's a playoff game. And so they're way farther along.
I agree.
It is.
That's 9 turnovers without Draymond. I know Jimmy turned the ball over a little bit, but it didn't feel that egregious. I think if you cut down a
lot of it's
Draymond just throw, like, those lob passes are thrown for,
But it's also Draymond's second game with the new team. So
no, that's true.
I think it's harder for a guy like him because he's the point guard and he's the one that's usually making risky passes with Steph running around that usually finds its recipient, and all of a sudden you're changing the entire identity of the team. I mean, I don't know. So it's tough. He's in a tough spot. So maybe that's why I'm not as upset about Draymond's game as it feels like other people are. It's really, for us to beat a playoff team like Minnesota with a new identity, that's a huge accomplishment. That's shocking the world, I think. So can it be done? Yeah. But if it doesn't happen, it's like, I've just seen too much basketball. Like, it's going to be a great feeling if we can pull out a win, because this doesn't normally happen. Like a new team beating a team that's established like this. New team, not only just a new team, but a new team not having its best player, who's one of the greatest players of all time. So, yeah, it's an interesting dynamic where we need to do all these things better, but at the same time, I just keep in the back of my mind is just like they're actually playing pretty well. Like they actually exceeded expectations, believe it or not, and yet Draymond could play way better and this and that. Like for me, exceeded expectations because this is a brand new team and it takes time. So it's tough to do when you're playing every other day and in the playoffs this deep. So it's weird. I don't know the right words to say. I'm just like trying to explain it all. Again, it's a process thing. I'm way more process, and I hope to spread that belief to everybody else to enjoy the process the way Steph says, and not so much the results. But at the end of the day, you win or lose a game, and that's a result. So, but I've always leaned heavily towards the experience and the process. And this is amazing. What's to even have the game sort of like, if you just had control of the game, if maybe if Jimmy was 2 or 3 years younger, because he looked like a 35-year-old out there at times, even on defense. Randle spins right by him. Randle's great though. So I guess what I'm just saying is I thought we played really well actually. And so it'll be exciting because if we somehow beat Minnesota, that is an amazing, it's already amazing the job that the coaching staff just did. And it's already amazing. JK, comes off the bench and can get downhill like that. And so it's tough. And yet, like you said, I also agree with you that Draymond probably played his worst playoff game that we've ever seen. So it's a tough, pendulum swing here.
I agree with what you said, Rich. Definitely. I think it's very difficult to have. Well, I mean, JK and Jimmy did play a little bit. I think 15 games maybe. But without Steph, it's entirely different. Roster. Look at the 23 3-point attempts. I mean that. Steph will have 12 in a game. We only shot 23. So, but it's game number 93. Is that right? Wow. Yeah, I just looked it up. We're 29-11 with Jimmy Butler. But I can't say this is the 100% full heart game.
Yeah.
It was from Jimmy, it was from JK, but everybody else out there is a little what's the right word for that, Rich? They played hard, but they didn't play.
That's what I've been saying. This is a preseason game for a lot of guys. Like this is a new identity.
Yeah, but we can't afford one more game like that. It's not the preseason.
Yeah, we can. It's a 7-game series, so I mean, technically we can. So I'm caught in between.
Well,
on the one hand,
you go down 3-1 though,
But
I mean, it doesn't matter. I'll still believe in them. I'll still root for them all the way. But
yeah, they can figure it out and suddenly become, Mighty Ducks. Actually, I haven't seen the movie. But do you guys kind of get what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's actually pretty exciting to me from a basketball observer standpoint, which is that we're taking this brand new team that doesn't have Steph. It's right in the middle of the playoffs. It's got all these different pieces, and we're figuring it out on the fly. And it's like, I don't know. I'm gonna get thrashed in the comments for saying it's actually okay if we lose the series, but that's not what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? It's just there are no words for this. It's just it's just basketball. So if we pull it off, it'd be like, that's why I was saying earlier when we went live, and I wanted to actually do a podcast on this, and now that we're talking about it, we probably will. But if Steve pulls this off and we actually win this series, can we just give Steve the flowers and just be done with it? Like that is one of the greatest coaching jobs ever. To lose Steph and then still win a series against Minnesota, that's not a bad team. Like that would be amazing. So like it's just so it's hard to describe what I'm feeling because Draymond makes a bad pass. It's like, what are you doing? But then at the same time, there's a little voice inside of me saying, well, this is the type of mistake that you make when you have a brand new identity of a team. And like I've just been there so many times in terms of like, I just cobbled together a new team to play in a tournament. That's why I always try to set up scrimmages for like a month, 2 months ahead of the tournament. Try and set up these scrimmages so that we can just play and get all of the kinks out, because there are going to be kinks in the beginning. You're going to throw the ball behind a guy. You're going to do these weird things that later on you're going to go, yeah, we don't make those mistakes. We're good. We're solid. And then it's just unthinkable by the time you win the championship in the tournament a month later. And so that's why I always, whenever we went into a tournament and we had no scrimmages, no practices, I was always worried to death because we would definitely be making boneheaded mistakes. And it would literally be, what are we doing? But it happened so many times that after a while, I just kind of accepted it. Like we go in, if we went into a tournament and we hadn't scrimmaged at all, I just, why get mad about it? I just already know we're going to do some really boneheaded things and have brain farts left and right. So that's why I have this like weird kind of feeling towards this entire series right now.
Well, I mean, but if you know, first and foremost, my thing is just it's not about winning the series without Steph. We need to win one more game. One more game.
That's where I also kind of disagree. I don't think you can
make.
Well,
but listen. We need if we win one more game, we're guaranteed a game 6. That's the thing.
Yeah, but you're
guaranteed a game 6.
I disagree. Don't
Why?
be predicting. You cannot predict Steph's hamstring. Just play one game at a time. It's just
it's not about Steph's hamstring. It's about giving this team a shot at home and then a coin flip in game 7. That's it.
Well, I'm just saying that what I've said is in disagreement with everyone else on the planet. I already know that, but like I'm not looking at it as a must-win game next game. I'm not looking at it as we need to win one game to maybe get Steph back for game 6. I'm just accepting what we are, which is just like when I take my tournament teams to a tournament and we hadn't done any practices. There's going to be brain farts. Now, there is a chance everything clicks because we're that good.
Yeah.
And with this team, we have a great coaching staff too. I can't say that we didn't. I mean, me coaching a team at a tournament team, that's not a staff. That's just one guy that happens to be able to sub in this guy, that guy, and try.
Were you a player coach?
It's not. No, heck no. I learned that early. You cannot player coach.
Only Bill Russell.
Yeah, but that was a different era. So anyway, that's another topic. But yeah, we don't need to win this game, win that game. We just play incrementally better and it will happen. And it might click. So I'm hoping for that. But I don't know. It's just like I don't want to say that I'm not rooting for this team or I don't think they'll do great things or this or that.
No.
I'm just literally not saying anything. I'm just like, let's just play the next game, and hopefully the progression of the team will keep on an upward slope, and then we'll see what happens. Is the upward slope good enough to actually beat Minnesota? Maybe, and we'll see.
Well,
but just, this is one of those times where I'm really hard on the no crap, no comparisons, rankings, awards, predictions. Really, just go play. And it's okay for you to disagree because you haven't seen what I've seen. So you can only really understand that for going through so many iterations of new teams. I've been through so many iterations of new teams from my Asian leagues and tournaments that it's okay. Like, it will be fine. You'll live. I can guarantee you one thing. You'll be fine and you'll still love the game, whatever happens.
Yeah, we don't get thrown in prison for losing, which is good. Also, if JK and Kerr win this without Steph, you and I are going to be the only people in the world who believe that could happen. Maybe a few people in this chat, but only on here would we ever have believed that was.
I said it on the latest article, which is
please go leave Rich a like. You guys can read the article, man.
We only have 2 likes, me and Pinky, or Dean, me and Dean. But anyways, this article, which is now on the back screen, real quick, and then I'll let you talk because I need to do some transcribing anyway. Yeah. Is that I love the fact that JK is getting his like true opportunity in front of a big stage, like literally no choice but to give him the ball.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the pregame. Oh, I want to put this up on the channel soon. It's like I was going to skip the pregame because the NBA feed to the media, credential media people, it cut out. They didn't have it. Someone screwed up. And then what happened was they didn't have any of the pregame in time, but then they did, and they left the mic on, which was funny. And I got to hear an interview that Mark Spears did with Sirius XM, I think it was. They talked about the Bahamas. It was a live mic. I shouldn't even be saying this because I'm sure NBA media, if they heard me say this, they'd be, oh no, they heard, it was a live mic in the interview room. But no, you guys screwed up. I'm going to share my story. So there was some story about like some guy from the Bahamas was interviewing Mark Spears. So it was really cool. Talk about how the Bahamas actually doesn't get hit by a ton of hurricanes because it's lower on the shelf, so there's less volatility with the waves. Isn't that crazy? I didn't know that stuff. And then the pastor came in to do the preaching for the pregame prayer, which is probably attended by a number of Timberwolves and Warriors, honestly. So I got to hear that. That was funny. But I brought that up because the pregame wasn't available. But then when I listened to it on the audio that I had, Steve mentioned that JK is in the 92nd percentile of ISO players in the NBA. That's pretty neat. That's a pretty neat stat. That he is that, ISO heavy. And Jimmy's up there too, certainly not 92nd percentile. But that's pretty amazing. Like, somebody go look that up. Is it JK and Shea? I don't know. Like, that would be a really cool thing to figure out. Dean went to probably go deal with his cat. I'm not sure. But yeah, so that's JK for you. Ooh, did we get somebody on the podium? No. JK is 92nd percentile on ISOs in the NBA. I don't really totally know what that means, but I think it's like whenever he gets the ball, is he in an ISO situation? So I don't know. Oh, there's Dean.
Oh, sorry about that, Rich. Had to use the bathroom real quick.
Oh, no worries.
Baby Shack. Nice. Yeah. Let's see.
So, why don't you take the floor, and then also what you can do is answer any comments, unless there are low vibrational comments, in which case we can skip.
Definitely.
Isn't that cool though? JK is 92nd percentile ISO in the NBA. That's sick.
I'm trying to look that up. I mean, you know, obviously the coaching staff has way better stats and everything. We do. Well, maybe we should do the playoffs in the regular season.
You mean regular season for JK?
Yeah. I'm not finding it on NBA.com, but if anybody can find that out, love to
Yeah,
know
it's
what.
probably a synergy thing where you have to pay money for it.
Exactly. Yeah. But it, to be fair, even not looking at the stats, it really doesn't surprise me that much that JK's in 92nd percentile of isolation scores. Because I mean, look what we saw tonight. You know, we saw him hit a couple threes. I think he hit 2 of them. Obviously drew some nice fouls. I think he only missed 1 free throw. Yeah, 5 of 6 from the line. And I thought he also really played some pretty hard point of attack style defense on Ant, and once in a while on Randle. In fact, I thought the Timberwolves actually made a great adjustment, doing their best to get Anthony Edwards off of JK in the second half. Again, I think he had 8 points in the first half and 28 points in the second half. And part of the reason for that was that he got the switch off of Kuminga, you know. So if you're making a team game plan off of a 22-year-old who's mostly out there to score the ball, coming off the bench, as he did both in the first quarter and the second quarter, although I think he played most of the – I think he played all of the second quarter and all the fourth. So that was a nice solid 30-something minutes. Yeah, I thought JK was really good at that, and I also think that we've been defending Ant really, really well, and Randle has stepped up, you know. So I think a big adjustment for Game 4 will be how we handle Randle, especially all those assists he's been racking up. He's got to have 24 or something assists in the last 2 games. And, you know, they had 1 more made bucket than us and 7 more assists than we did. You know, so that's, you know, obviously that's a huge reason we lost by 5 points. 5 points is all we lost by, and they had 7 more assists. You know, so I think there's a lot of areas to adjust with, and as you were saying, Rich, of course. It's a, you know, this is one of the first times we've seen this team together in this fashion without Steph Curry out there, obviously. Wardell, our the greatest pound-for-pound, foot-for-foot player of all time, and the greatest shooter ever and everything. And okay, we have 2 more games, at least. We have 2 more games to play against the Timberwolves, 2 more 96 minutes of games to go. We've had 3 games of tape to watch, mostly, other than I think 13 minutes without Steph out there. So I expect a cleaner game, and I think we have to talk about the foul calls a little bit. Some of those were really not at playoff level, and I think we'll have a different whistle in Game 4. I really do. I think we'll be able to be a little bit, not quite Houston series, but maybe a little bit more Boston level. Maybe Boston 22. That was a nice physical series, more physical than we've seen here, but not quite, grabbing guys by the wrists and bear hugging them and triple teaming, Mike Conley or whatever, at the half court, swatting at people's injured thumbs. That's a little bit much, but I think we'll play much more physical defense. With that being said, I'm struggling a little to figure out whether the 5-point loss being up in the fourth is more a defensive thing or more an offensive thing. I think I'm leaning towards offense right now, just trying to remember the game, play back a little bit through my head. But it could have been a lack of certainly Edwards hit a huge 3 in the corner off of it was almost a shot clock violation, I think, but they got the rebound, and obviously that's been an issue. It's not so much that we have to get offensive rebounds for the Warriors; it's we cannot give up offensive rebounds to the other team, whether that's the Rockets or whether that's the Timberwolves. And also, you have to give credit to the Timberwolves; they played extremely, extremely well. Rudy Gobert hit a bunch of free throws too. That was important. I thought he would miss a few, and I barely remember him missing it all from the free throw line. So Bloomer misspelled core, I think, but he said, "What do you think the core rest days are needed for the Omens?" Let me know what that means, buddy. What hurt us is turnovers that turned into points in the paint for the opponent. Okay, I think. Let me have it right here in 1 second. We won points in the paint, 48-46. So I'm not finding. Let me see if I can find points off turnovers here. Nope. Why have it on ESPN? Huh? Oh no, they do. Yeah, we won points off turnovers, 16-13. Yeah, one fast break points, 7-5. So all that is what you would hope for, But it was close in terms of offensive rebounds actually, but we kind of lost the defensive rebound in battle. But the number of field goal attempts were similar. I think, as I said, they only had one more shot attempt and one more make than we did. 36-82 for the T-Wolves, 35-81 for the Warriors. Yeah, so it's hard to find a statistical. Sometimes you look at the box score and go, "Oh, they hit double the number of threes that we did," or whatever, or "Oh, they had a bunch more free throws." Like it was none of that today. So it's a little hard to look at a statistical thing and find out where we went wrong. But we only lost by 5, so I think.
I thought turning point was Draymond with the charge and then fouling out.
Mm-hmm. And we didn't foul Rudy out, did we? He had 5 fouls, right?
Yeah. So that would be my guess off the bat.
Yeah, I think so too. Let's see if I can find.
So then you basically have key guy missing to close it out.
Yeah. So I think, well, I mean, just looking at the box score, I think it's the assists. They had 28, we had 21, you know. This team is much better getting close to 30 assists. And especially Randle, man, he had 12 of them, you know. That's the that's, you know, it's not like Randle was always the point forward type. I think if they're getting the kind of rim pressure that he's giving them when he's scoring, and then a guy who can get everybody else involved, I think that's a really difficult thing for the Warriors to guard, actually. So the only option we have is, as far as I'm concerned with that, is you got to keep Randle in ISO. You have to make him score one-on-one. You can't double when he has the ball because he's going to find the open man.
Yep.
We have done that before, though. We've done that before.
I think that's part of the reason why Quentin's not playing much, because he made an egregious mistake last game. Randle had the ball and just instinctively tried to help Draymond. Like, Draymond doesn't need help.
Yeah.
Usually.
I would say never, really. Just let him go.
Even on a quote-unquote bad night like tonight, still don't. You have to know where he is on the court. Your own guy, Draymond. You have to know. If you don't know that, it's like the opposite of Steph. You have to know where Steph is on the offense, and then you have to know where Draymond is on defense. So, unfortunately, without the foot speed, Quentin gets chewed up a little bit. So that's probably why he's not playing, and we just don't have time to really go with anything else. You kind of have to have a whole regular season schedule where you can, lose 4 games in a row with Quentin not in there, and then suddenly change that and try something else. Like, you just have to guess. So I guess he'll probably be out of the rotation, even though sure would be nice to have another shooter out there. So we'll see, but who knows? Who knows? In many ways, game 2 was tryouts. So if you had a bad game in game 2, you're probably not playing. And Moody had a bad game. Quentin had a bad game. Trayce had a great game. JK had a good game. So a lot of this is just on the fly, and
well, we're getting more Kuminga, which is making me super happy. I really wish we won, but the fact that Kuminga has proven himself to be a playoff performer, we're going to get more minutes out of him, I think is really, if there's any, like, this is great. We got something really great out of this. It's that I think Jimmy, John, and Dray can play on the court together now, right? I mean, felt like that was fun. Didn't feel like it was
Hang on one second.
But with Steph out, obviously, you went a lineup that had two non-shooters, and Brandon is struggling, right?
Okay. When I do the transcription and reporters don't know what they're saying and then finally fix it, it's very confusing.
Yeah.
Good.
Lineup that had two non-shooters, and Brandon is struggling.
No, he means 3 non-shooters, not 2 non-shooters. 2 non-shooters would mean we have 3 shooters, and we don't have 3 shooters on the floor if Quentin's buried on the bench. Oh boy. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no. Oh, just how excited I am to see JK get a lot of confidence and get a lot of trust from the coaching staff.
Yeah.
I think that's a huge development. And, you can do what you want in the regular season, but you have a 30-point, 6 rebound, 3 assist playoff game where you shoot 75% from three. That's more important than anything we've seen from him in the regular season. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it totally is. What have you done for me lately?
Especially the big moments with the bright lights, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And this is 2 games in a row for him now, man. I thought game 2, you know, obviously kind of got blown out, or not quite blown out. But, you know, we lost more than we lost today. But JK starting out, I keep hearing different numbers. I thought it was 8 for 8. Maybe it was 7 for 7. But, you know, then tonight, if he felt like a reliable scoring option on a playoff team facing a really, really good, large, athletic defense, you know. So I'm super excited about that tonight, for sure.
How about answering some comments?
Yeah, Dinagon said, to be young like Edwards is pretty amazing. He bounced back from that ankle injury in game 2. Yeah, man, it's cool having young players, young athletic players. He really bounced back in the second half too. I mean, really came through with a lot of incredible plays, including a massive dunk. Goodness, that was wild. Got to give you props to him for that. But Dean also said JK made good attacks tonight overall. I agree with that. Himbo said JK, Dray, and Jimmy can start when Steph is in the lineup. If we have Melton out there, he can play make-up threes. I like that. Little bit ahead of where we're at there, Kimbo, but I like the idea. Definitely would love to have Melton back on the Dubs.
Oh, by the way, Dean, I just was doing the work. Do you remember what Steve said about, like you just mentioned, of containing Randle a little bit more?
What Steve said? What, in the post game? No, I'm sorry, I don't.
So what do you think? What do you think would be the answer? And what did you say one more time? Just to leave him with Draymond and kind of hope for the best with Draymond, which is
don't help. Certainly don't double him. Make him play ISO. That would be my.
Yeah. You know what Steve said?
Did he say that?
Nope.
Oh. I don't know. What? Put Jimmy on him?
It's a trick question. He said,
he said, I'm not going to tell you.
He said, we'll watch the tape tomorrow and then I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah. Was that a Minnesota reporter who asked that?
Oh, good question.
I didn't recognize the voice.
Let me see. I can't play it right now because it's processing.
Oh yeah, all good.
Dude,
I bet it's not. I bet it's either national or Minnesota though. I didn't recognize them as well.
But Steve always says I'm not going to tell you to anybody.
Yeah, that's true. He's not telling anybody anything.
Hold on, let me check here.
Get stops and run. Been assists last 2 games. How are you planning on adjusting?
That's Ohm, ESPN writer.
Ohm? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, national then.
Yeah, he does ask those. Yeah. Yeah, it is probably yeah, you're right. Probably more national. If you had to guess. Anything else in the comments?
Kimbo said he's still favoring his ankles. I think he's talking about Ant.
Yeah.
Ant's still favoring the ankles, but when you have Rudy clearing everybody out to keep you running lane to the basket, that helps. Well, that's the thing that's been going back to Utah.
I couldn't tell. Like, hold on a minute. Ant's when Ant's going between the legs 5 straight times and then rocking you, I don't think he's favoring. I'm gonna disagree on that one.
Yeah, but I saw him get hurt a little bit in the Lakers game and come back and do that stuff. He's just super athletic and young.
Yeah, he's doing the between the legs, man. It's a sight to see. Like it's
a lot of fun. I'm enjoying playing the Timberwolves.
I really hope he doesn't figure it out too soon, because like him figuring it out, like what year is Shea in? Do you know?
Ooh, I thought 19 when they played the Warriors in the playoffs was his second year. I think maybe 2018 was his first season. I'll look that up though.
Wait a minute. Wait a second. So on the Clippers, we played them in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Oh, we played them in the Clip. Played the.
Oh no, it's
Clippers?
2019 was his rookie year. Mm-hmm.
We played the Clippers in the
Seventh year
playoffs.
in the league.
2019.
Played the Clippers in the first round, 2019. Yep.
Oh man, I totally forgot.
KD eliminated him with a big 50-point game, I think. Game 6.
Wow.
Lou Will and all those
It took
guys.
us 6 games.
Pat Bev. Yeah.
Right. Okay, now I remember. Because then
Yeah.
game 1 we lost, and everybody was questioning why KD didn't just, score a bunch of points in the post. And KD, I was there. He goes, but see, everybody had this video because it was so famous. I'm Kevin Durant.
That was I'm Kevin Durant. You know who I am.
Yeah. Anyway, so 2019, Shea was a rookie. What? Do the fingers. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 7th year. Ant is in his 5th year, right? No, 6th year. 2020.
Yeah. No, 21. This is his 5th year.
Okay.
He was
That makes
drafted
more
in
sense.
2020, so 21 too. Yeah.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
When Ant can really control the game by the time, like his 7th year, like the way Shea's doing it now, although Shea did this last year too, which is his 6th season. It's like really he's so close to just being able to do that all game long rather than, I mean, he's kind of already doing it.
Well,
it's just a few more reps being like the point shooting guard.
I liked Ant coming out of Georgia, but I
didn't
really think
handle like
he's
that.
big. What?
I didn't think he could handle the rock like that.
Oh, I believe in that. Yeah.
Oh, it's insane. He's so good.
Well, I had a lot of time in 2020 to watch some tape of various college guys. But I will say this. I think being on the USA Olympic team, I think that accelerates everybody who plays on there for the most part, unless they're old like Larry Bird or whatever. But yeah, I really enjoy playing the Timberwolves. Watching the Warriors play the Timberwolves. I mean, of course. But unless they're playing us, I'm rooting for Edwards, man. Anthony, as I would say in Britain, Anthony Edwards. But I just find him so much fun to watch, and really solid young player. And man, he's really turned what was historically not very good Timberwolves team into a really solid feeling organization, which is a huge achievement for a guy that young. Yeah.
Bloomer was saying, speaking of KD, do you miss KD? And it's like, no, I don't miss him. I reminisce on KD because I just like when you miss somebody, then you're in lack. When you reminisce on somebody, then you're in abundance. You're like, oh, those are good times, man. Like
greatest team to ever play.
Missing him right now would be like, oh, I wish I had him. Like, no, we're in the present. We're here. We got what we got. So, anyways. And
there's an issue with JK guarding Ant. Oh, I don't know about that, man. Very few players can guard Ant. I think JK did pretty well.
My thing is process of elimination. Who else are you going to put on him?
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't want Buddy on him, even though Bruce actually likes Buddy on Ant. Look, I think it's a close second. So JK, I would prefer starting on Ant. He didn't start tonight. It was Trayce, right? I actually disagree with that.
What about Jimmy?
JK. Jimmy's 35, so I'll put Jimmy on Ant late, but he can't be guarding him until later on.
I think I prefer him on Randle.
Not for 48 minutes. Yeah, the way, yeah. I mean, that's a good suggestion. Put Jimmy on Randle. Yeah, yeah. In terms of
the Draymond free row GP2. Yeah, I think that'd be.
Who is he guarding out the gate? So Trayce is on Gobert. Oh, Draymond Randle, Jimmy on McDaniels. Okay, yeah.
And we had.
Yeah, I would rather have Buddy on McDaniels.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Jimmy on Randle, Dray on Gobert, Jonathan on Ant, and Brandon on Mike. I wanted that before the game tonight, but we didn't get it. And I hope we get it next game. JK deserves the start.
Well, everything's still on the table. It's still on the table now, right?
And I don't disagree with Kimbo. It's just that just the fact that JK is 6'7" and won't get totally burnt every single time. And if he did get burnt every single time, that means Ant is expending a lot of energy. Now, we still don't want that because then the driving kick, which Minnesota loves. Here's another thing that's been on my mind. Speaking of driving kick lately, Dean, I feel like Minnesota watches the Celtics a lot and they want to be the Celtics, doing a lot of driving kicks and shoot a bunch of threes. Like, that's fun. Like, all these guys, Nas, Nikhil, Jaden, they just love to shoot threes, but they're just not as good. So then they throw the ball away or this or that, and you know, or Ant just doesn't know when to do the stuff that he does. I think it's just that once he figures out when, then the whole league is in trouble. And then his talent of knowing when to go, when and where, that trumps everything. And you can, that he'll raise Minnesota all by himself that way. But right now, like, I just feel like Minnesota oftentimes with all their turnovers, they act like they want to be the Celtics, and they're just not. No way. Not close yet. But they're having fun.
They do have a lineup that's not too far off the, you know.
Yeah.
Switch
talented, yeah.
Drew Holiday and Jaden McDaniels, and they got kind of similar vibe. But you know, the Celtics have been playing together forever in big games. You know, Tatum's first year, they made the conference finals. Brown's first year, the year before that, they made the conference finals and everything. Do you think there's a team that we're emulating other than the Nuggets just because we have the same atmosphere but a totally different roster? I don't know.
What do you mean right now? Wait,
Yeah.
Right now without Steph? Or what do you mean?
No, with Steph. With Steph.
No, people want to emulate us. No, we're different. We're one of one.
Well, Steph makes us that way. For sure.
Dean Agon says that I always thought the Celtics want to be the Warriors. Yeah, shooting threes.
That's true. Maybe not the 25 Warriors, but yeah, I felt like when we played them in 22, there was a lot of similarity there. And I am totally down for the Warriors style, kicking the heliocentric iso ball game out of the league forever. I'd be super happy if that's what happened. I'm so tired of that stuff, man. Gosh.
Wow.
Jordan, Kobe, they played in the triangle. Move the ball. Give the ball to other people. Gosh.
So then what would you say OKC style is?
Well, they're not iso ball.
Oh,
Are
okay.
they? I don't think they are. I was rooting for the Nuggets, so I was super happy the Nuggets
It's
won.
pretty ISO in clutch time. You gotta.
Yeah, that's why they lost. Don't tell them that.
Well, I don't know. I didn't watch, but like you just said. No, I'm just. Are you sure OKC isn't like that? I mean, you have no choice. There's certain superstars or certain Luka, like, you know, there's just certain guys that you have to play that style, and you'd rather have Luka than not. So
yeah,
we're just.
But Luka's a playmaker. He gets a lot of assists, and I think that's where he's going if he wants to win. Is more assists and less tough shooting, you know. Yeah, OKC, I don't know. I didn't feel like they were too iso ball, but maybe they are a little bit more than I'm thinking of. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If we lose Sunday, is the series over? Definitely not.
No, don't give it energy. Yeah, I talked about that for 10 minutes. What is wrong with people?
It is tough, but it's not Monday. Don't worry about that yet right now. Just don't. Let's not even think about it.
Man, people are so deep in the water that when I grab them up, they're still in the water. So I just got
Well, you got to pump the water out of their lungs for after you get them out of the water.
Holy smokes! No, it's just repetition. So welcome, Useful's here for the first time, but it'll take many times to.
Being respectful, though. Just being respectful.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Oh, didn't hear it. Okay. It's all good.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, next topic. Since we're on 4 hours, 44 minutes, 16 more minutes at least, then.
Yes, sir.
Why not? And I'll work on the
Yeah, let's do it, man.
Oh, I got some leftover notes. I thought that Buddy Healed on the podium saying, oh, it's a fun challenge. It's a fun challenge, like 3 or 4 times. I feel like he got that from Steph. Like Steph in the locker room is like telling guys like, oh, this is a fun challenge though, guys. Fun challenge, right? And so, but at the same time, maybe Buddy just getting that. And maybe it's just a franchise thing. Like that's our culture is the fun challenge.
No, it's Steph.
Yeah, which is Steph. The culture is Steph. Let's see.
Yeah, all good, Useful. You don't have to be quiet. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we're an acquired taste, man. It's like you just have to get used to it. But
it's worth it, though. I'm telling you.
Trust me, you'll get in, more high vibrational states, which means you'll feel it. Like it's different. It's like you'll feel more creative. All we're doing is kind of like what Steph would do on here.
Mm-hmm.
It's just he came from a different angle. I always tell people like when Steph was 7 years old, he was probably shooting around with Larry Johnson, Muggsy Bogues, and his dad, and Vince Carter as well when they went to Toronto. Like you think when Dell drove Steph home, what did they talk about? Don't you think Dell's like, hey, Steph, had a pretty good day today, didn't you? Steph's like, yeah. And then he goes, like, how many other kids get that? And that's where he built up this joy, like this appreciation for the game to like, wow, this is like, I'm having a wonderful time out here. And so he was blessed to have the path that he had. And I'm sure his Christian faith probably really had a solid foundation there too. And, I'm not Christian. I'm not actually that religious, but I do respect the fact that there's like a good foundation from which to build, and that's with the joy of life, right? So things of that nature, as Trayce Jackson Davis would say, things of that nature. By the way, 2 nights ago, we did a poll. I said, is Trayce going to do the things of that nature? And then I was sort of half listening. And then at the end of it, I go, all right, we lost the poll because he didn't say it. I go back and do the transcription. He said it. He said things of that nature again. It's like automatic. It's so funny. I love that about him.
We know our team, man. We know our team. 19th man on the roster, sir. Yes,
so
sir.
Steph, joy, all of that. Like, that's what we're going to keep going back to. We always end up having gratitude for the team. So just keep doing that.
Well, no matter what, they're going down fighting. There's no way this team, there's no way on earth that this team gives up ever. We might lose. If we lose, we lose. We're never going to give up, though. We're never going to quit. That's for sure. We've proven it, and Steph's never going to allow that to happen. Draymond is never going to allow this team to quit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just the culture that's been put in place is just amazing. You couldn't ask for more. So friendly reminder about that. And then the other comment out there that I had way earlier is that along those lines, let's just root for our team, our coaching staff, the guys that follow their instructions.
Yep.
There's no need to do the Twitter thing where you're demanding changes, and that's just like Draymond said. Draymond said that it's the hate is just people not having the self-confidence to root for you.
Hate is just love with wrong letters.
Yeah, there you go. So that's all I got.
Yes, sir. I love it. And we have another home game.
Yeah.
Not going on the road. And sleep in bed. Watch. The players are going to sleep in their beds. Going to get home cooking, dominoes, coffee, kids.
Love it.
Film. And Mother's Day is going to be good too. Mother's Day is going to be good for everybody. So you always come off super high.
Yeah.
If you're lucky enough to have your mother around, and if not, obviously, our heart goes out to everybody who's missing their mom, of course.
Actually, I have something fun thing happening tomorrow. I think I might go live on Instagram. Mother's Day, I'm doing another open gym for the media. So we're gonna have a guy from Sneaker Reporter who is in the locker room of the Timberwolves a lot and reports on sneakers as well. And Dave McMenamin of ESPN, Danny Emmerman of San Francisco Standard that we know and have been on our live a few times. Yeah, man, that's going to be tomorrow, 2:00. I'll go live on Instagram, I think. Probably not on YouTube, and hope for the best. And special thing. So I'm honored to have Let's Go Warriors host another media run for NBA's best media covering this series. So that's the announcement. So be sure to hop on Instagram. So IG Live tomorrow, 2 p.m.
Are we doing it on YouTube?
I don't think so, because it's not going to get numbers. It didn't really get numbers last time. And
I have a Mother's Day thing tomorrow, so I won't be able to join you for that.
That's okay. But, I might still go live. Who knows? On YouTube.
I would love to see it on YouTube. It's easier for me, but no matter what, if you have anything like the last one where you had all those awesome different media people come on, I mean, honestly, we should. I love the name "Let's Go Warriors," but this should be called Doves University, man. You will get a PhD in Warriors and basketball studies here. It's just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, Boomer. Talking about grandmother, but that's hey, whoever meets that mother role in your life, just a very special moment to honor them. And obviously, it should be every day is Mother's Day, but always a nice moment. Is there any offensive adjustment that you think might be
good question?
Possible?
Do you have any ideas? As I'll think about it as you talk, maybe.
I'm thinking about maybe a little bit more Jimmy post-up split action type stuff.
Ooh, okay.
I really like that spin move he had on Edwards, and I feel like that was an ISO a bit, but I really feel like Jimmy can exploit a mismatch, maybe one of their guards, in a playmaking area of the court with a little back cut maybe from Kuminga or Trayce, who can obviously catch lobs, but also with the ability to the thing about post-ups is that post-up fade away every shot, that doesn't work anymore. You need more threes. You need more shots at the hoop nowadays than mid-range shots. But the playmaking out of that mid-range post-up area is so good, and it helps guys not have to speed past their defenders. It helps them footwork and pump fake and use strength and whatever to get past their defenders if they need to get to the hoop, while being like the best place on the court to hit layups, hit threes, right? You were right in the middle of let me give you a good pass into the dunkers, or hit the corner, hit the top of the key, or hit the top of the key and swing to the other side. I don't really want to see cross court, overhead passes like that, but I think we could get more out of that with Jimmy. It's a great place to get fouled too. Is that little post up area around there? So I'd like to see that, and I'd like to see BP get some more looks for other guys, a little bit more pure point guard role, because I think they know he wants to hit tough buckets and they're not falling. So just play the pure. You went to Santa Clara, like Steve Nash, man. All assists first. And I really think BP can do that. I really, really believe in him as just being able to be a pure point guard. And once they start playing you like that, once that's the game plan, they will back up a little bit. You get a little bit more space. The Manu Ginobili shooting guard type isn't working right now. So those are the two thoughts that I've been thinking about for a little bit.
I did see us run a couple interesting ones.
Mm-hmm.
First one was it's in my notes. Was it JK or was it Jimmy that got I think it was Jimmy. Jimmy got 2 screens in a row from like Buddy and BP in like.
He was coming off the screens, off ball.
In the circle. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Jimmy got pick and roll, and he got 2
on ball. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's in the notes somewhere, but they ran something interesting there, like a bunch up screen.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I don't know if that's just part of. They like to deploy that later in the game and not reveal it too soon. I've noticed.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think that might work, but just the meat of the game, I like that idea of the Jimmy split action and BP just being the Steve Nash. I'd like to see more plain old inverted screen for JK. So I think you can run that game, especially with Buddy.
Buddy, yeah, I agree.
Proponent of that ever since like a long time ago. Now, I think we saw Steph do the inverted one with JK first, and then I was amazed that we saw Buddy do one in the regular season sometime after that. I don't know. I can't remember the exact sequence, but I would love to see the Buddy one. But the Steph setting the inverted screen, I wrote about it on the website. Can you remember which game it was when we had Steph doing the inverted screen? Somehow I found it. I had to do a search on Let's Go Warriors, which you can't do on the website because Substack has a crappy search function. So you just have to do it in Google, and you go letsgowarriors.com inverted for inverted screen. Can you guess?
Was it this year or last year?
This year.
Is this year?
Yeah, this year. What game was it where we were horrendous? It was a bad game, but then it was also innovation of the other team. And, you know, it might have been last year. I'm not sure. It could be this year. But the coach, I'll give you a huge hint. The coach was fired this year. But he's innovative. So
I'm trying to look it up. I don't remember.
So I've narrowed it down tremendously for you. So
is it Memphis?
Ding, 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 ding.
Hey, let's go.
And what?
Pull the rabbit out of the hat.
It was Taylor Jenkins. And what were they doing to Steph that totally warped the game and we played like crap and he played like crap?
Oh, is it like a box and one or something like that?
Pretty much. I mean, top locking. Like
top locking. Yeah.
Egregious.
Yeah.
Egregious top locking.
Yep.
Was it Jalen Wells? By Jalen Wells, right?
Oh, yeah. Wow. That name just rung a bell. Yeah.
He got injured.
He's a young guy, man. And he just, yeah, he was all over Steph. It was like a preview of the Rockets.
So then what happened? What happened after that? Well, what happened after that is that we had Steph running inverted screens for JK.
And obviously they're going to stick with Steph. They're both going to top lock. They're going to double team, and JK gets the roll.
Yeah. So I was like, yes, rejoice. We finally, it took us a bad loss at Memphis to finally, because during the regular season, you get really frustrated by the coaching staff. They get, feels like they're stubborn. They keep doing this, keep doing that, that kind of thing. Yeah. So, but man, that was a totally different team, Then we got Jimmy and everything changed.
The coaching staff was right about Buddy, though. They kept riding with Buddy through all the ups and downs, and we've gotten some really good performances out of him for sure.
Yeah. And just like Joe Lacob said, so this was in the podcast with Tim Kawakami and Anthony Slater. Like Lacob, somebody interviewed Lacob and he was like, oh yeah, that totally makes the Buddy contract worth it. That's hilarious.
Game 7 was worth it already. For this year.
Game 7. Yeah. So, funny.
Goodness.
Oh, Dubs. Yeah. Good job, Dubs.
But, I'm really glad that Kuminga just proved that.
Yeah.
We're paying him, we're keeping him, we're playing him.
At least not a bust. My bad. That he's not a bust from the draft.
Oh, well, I never thought that. But whether the team had any trust in him is over. I'm not listening to any more JK slander. I'm not having any of it, dude. None of it. We're done with that. And that's great. That's a great feeling. Gosh. Oh, he got hurt too, right? Wells, yeah. Oh, that was terrible.
Yeah,
Why'd you bring that up, Pinky?
No, I brought it up. You didn't hear it.
Man. I hope he's okay. That was horrible.
I brought it up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Because I brought that up.
Injury? You brought that up?
Yeah. You just didn't hear it. Yeah.
I blocked it out, Rich. Sorry. Oh, I hate watching that.
I haven't even watched it. I can't. Yeah. I don't watch injuries too hard. Oh, Jonathan Kuminga.
I would never want to be in the medical staff for an NBA team. Oh my God.
Wait a minute. JK went to the podium and I missed it.
Oh, let's go.
Well, I don't know that I could have it. So that's another issue.
Well, we're over 5 hours anyway.
No, I don't know if I can access it at all because it was so long ago. I have to get through this ad, so we'll see. But here's Jonathan on Discord. Share screen. Six more seconds. And we'll see if we're able to grab it or not. There we go. Got lucky. Lucked out there. But I have to cue it up. I should have just left the audio logo of the NBA up, because that's why I muted it, and then we started talking and I didn't check the screen at all. So Jonathan at the podium right soon. Okay, here we go.
What the hell it is? Jonathan, a couple nights ago, you mentioned that you got your confidence back. Was this a sign of, you just feel like you had it from the beginning in this one?
Can you repeat the question, please? Sorry.
I said a couple nights ago, you mentioned that you got your confidence back. Was this just an extension of that? Did you feel good from the beginning in this game?
Oh, yeah, I feel like I was just ready. Feeling much better. Just my body since I got hurt. That confidence, just staying ready.
Jonathan, can you talk about the challenge of playing this many minutes and having this kind of production and getting that rhythm when you haven't been able to establish a rhythm, obviously being sort of in and out of the rotation?
It's not easy. It's very tough. I think the only thing that kept me ready is just watching how we play, working out, getting better every other day, and just watching film. And I think that was the only preparation.
You guys are playing a different style of offense out of necessity without Steph. In what ways does that kind of benefit your game?
It don't really matter. I think the most important is just to go out there and perform, no matter whatever is going on. It don't matter if it's Steph is out there, whenever he's come back, I don't know when, but all that matters is just go out there and just give all you got. And I think that's the most important.
And how do you feel like you and Jimmy kind of complemented each other on the court tonight?
I think I did okay, just being around him, just playing off of him, just knowing what he wants, and just talking to him more within the game going. I've been watching how everyone just move around him, how everyone is playing around him, and it was just a matter of time of just me going out there. I think this is the most I ever played with Jimmy. So we all basketball players. We all just you learn as you watch. And I feel like just me watching and learning every other day. It makes sense. Playing around him it's kind of actually easier. It's just the same way as Steph in a different way. You got another play with Steph and you got another play with Jimmy. The two different people, but they attract so much attention that you just gotta be alert when they got the ball.
JK, I'm not sure if you remember the moment that I'm talking about, but one of your first shots towards the end of the first quarter was an and one, and you kind of laid on the floor and embraced the crowd as they embraced you back. Did you kind of feel off of that fire? Did that kind of get you going?
I think that got me going, and I think just things like that, trying to involve the crowd in, it just give us this type of boost where we feed off, that type of energy. And, it was just one of those moments where I was like, I'm here, let's just get this rolling.
And then just a career playoff high for you tonight. Just given the timing of it all, the ups and the downs, just how good did it feel to get this tonight?
It would have felt great if we had won this game. It's just part of the journey. But I'm just, I'm glad, things went well, but it doesn't feel well when you don't get the win, How does your ankle feel? You mentioned a little bit earlier. It feels good, I was just a little nervous on one play and I missed a layup that I don't usually miss. It was against Conley. the up and under because I was nervous, landing. But just throughout the game, throughout all this time, it felt better.
How difficult has it been for you to get back your touch and rhythm and some of the stuff you had, in January prior to the injury?
It's not easy, especially when you don't, get too many opportunities to be out there. I could do all that in my workouts and stuff like that, but if you're not in the game, it's a different atmosphere. So just within the time, it keep getting better. Like I said, just keep getting my confidence back.
You talked about a journey. What has this journey been like the last couple of months since you hurt your ankle? How have you coped with it? You've talked to Looney or other teammates. How have you sort of?
I just stay connected to my teammates as much as I can. Loon, Draymond, pretty much all of them. Just staying connected as much as I can.
And Steve mentioned that you've been playing in some of the practice games with the other guys who don't play a lot during the games. What have you learned from that, or have you sort of let out some frustration? How has that helped you prepare for what happened tonight?
Those guys helping, staying ready. And we go out there. We actually play hard, like our lives on the line. Not just me, pretty much everyone that participate in those games. And we all play to just stay ready. No matter who got a chance to play or who don't have a chance to play, we all go out there and play hard, hoping that anything could happen and we could be thrown out there and just get a chance to go out there and play. And I think that's kind of been a thing that we do every other day when we're not playing and when you're playing low minutes, so you stay ready.
You do practice days or is it out there?
Practice days, before practice, like day off, like tomorrow, let's say, instead, if I didn't play today, I'll be here playing, I think some of the guys just play right after the game. So, just things like that keep everybody ready.
You won't play tomorrow?
I mean, I could. I mean, I'm still young, it don't matter.
Hey, Anthony was asked what got him going. Was it the Looney slam? But he said it was actually when you slammed on him. I was just wondering your thoughts about that and how you can keep him down and keep up that ferocity in your play.
Oh, I didn't even think about that at all. It was just a moment. It was just a moment in the game. Especially getting a pass from Jimmy. Trying to get the crowd going. But I didn't know that's what got him going.
Jonathan, you've had big games in the regular season, but what does it mean to you to be able to have this kind of game in the playoffs on this kind of stage?
I just look at it as just another day of getting better, of trying to help, our team win. I know it's the playoff and stuff like that, every game counts, and I just try to come in and win every other day, no matter what. But
Did you also notice the other night when I think you dunked and Lacob got up and was super excited, pumping his fist? And tonight he did it again after one of your plays that you scored. Joe Lacob, he pumped his fist. Did you ever notice him? And what does it mean that the owner is one of your biggest fans?
I don't pay attention to that. I think it's crazy, anytime I'm out there playing, I don't know if that's how everybody look at it. It's like I don't even see the crowd. I only see my teammates and our coaches. Sometimes I don't even be knowing which side of the floor I'm on because I'm just so locked in on, trying to do the right things. When the play stops, that's when it's like, oh, everything is here. But when we're playing, I feel like I'm just so locked in that I don't pay attention to anyone sitting on the side by my teammates, the other team and coaches.
How do you look at the way you play defense? It looked like you were very engaged on Edwards, and he obviously scored a bunch later in the game, but did you feel like you held your own against him?
I think I did my best, I'm not going to stop every other action, but, I kind of did what I had to do, I think I did okay. I just got to go back and watch film and, and keep learning on how he plays, on things he does, But, that's what they throw us out there for me and Gary to just go out there and, we're not going to get all this stuff. So it just make their life harder.
Obviously, there were some concerns about you and Jimmy in the lineup together during the regular season. But Steve said pregame that he thinks it's been working lately, partly because Steph being out. Do you think that's solely what it is, or do you think it's something else, like comfortability, just getting more reps together?
I would say just getting more reps together. Like I said, all the amount of time I've been out watching film, even when I don't get to play, I watch films, they show me if the ball go through Steph and Jimmy, this how you got to play, this how you got to play off of them. I still watch those films no matter if I'm playing or I'm not playing. If you to show me the film, this how you got to do it when you play with these people. And I think, the more we're on the floor together as much as we have been, you start learning this how you play, this how you should move around him, and the more we out there together, the more it gets easier.
You feel okay about this? You're down 2-1, but this was a game where a lot of guys played pretty well, even though it's a loss. Do you feel like you still have some control of this series, or any desperation?
I mean, I feel good about where we are. We're gonna come here, we're gonna practice, we're gonna watch film, we're gonna learn, we're gonna see what we need to correct, and we're gonna come back and compete, and get another win. And like I said, we all know when Steph's coming back, there's gonna be another guy that's gonna be back whenever he get back. But with the guy that we have right now, I think we could do something special here.
Cool, great, thank you.
Jonathan, what was his middle name again? Starts with an M. Can't remember. Dean knows. Typed it in twice.
What'd you say, Rich? What did you say, Rich?
Things were well past 5 hours now. Want to transcribe Buddy Healed and then Jonathan. That was a nice. We haven't had Jonathan on the podium that long in eons. We haven't had maybe 10 minutes, and we got Jonathan for 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
And he never goes more than 4 or 5 minutes. So great outcome there.
Absolutely.
I've got some good food waiting for me, so that's good news.
Me too, man.
I wonder if I should go get coffee. McDonald's or something, because nothing else is open. But I wonder. And Dean's back. And
can you hear me, Rich?
What's his middle name? Dean. Oh, sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, my fault.
Oh, cool.
I put my mic on my speaker. I'm sorry, what?
Malangu.
Jonathan Malangu Kuminga.
Yeah.
Malangu.
JMK. Let's go.
JMK.
Okay.
Just me kidding? No.
Just K is kind of hard, huh? Yeah, I don't know. JMK.
Steph question. Yeah, maybe. I wonder what was going through Danny Emmerman's mind when he asked that. Journalists aren't perfect either. When Draymond makes 5 turnovers, was it 5 tonight?
Yeah.
Danny Emmerman's we got to give him some grace too. He can.
Oh, we love Danny Emmerman, man.
Throw some turnovers. So that was probably a turnover, but it was one of those. I'm sure everyone in the room and sitting down has thought about sometime in the past. So give him some grace on that. But good job by Jonathan to kind of be very cautious with the answer to that, because social media, you know what the problem is? The problem isn't Danny. It's not Jonathan. It's not anything except how social media is going to twist whatever comes out of the mouths. They love to do
it, man.
And the memes, meme. Everything's a meme. That's why you hate memes, right? Right, Dean?
Yep.
Yeah. There's no content.
No, not hate. No, don't hate it.
Right. Yeah, gotcha.
Not a fan.
Yeah, not a fan of the memes. All right, well, I've got to wrap this up just to do some work, number one, but also number two, when I do the podcast, boy, those can go on and on. So we don't want to just keep going on and on. So we want to stay to the point.
I think we got some really good stuff though today. I really do.
Think so too.
I feel like it's good.
Yeah. I just need to edit. I got to teach you how to edit. We'll get you to edit some of these.
Maybe after finals week, I'll be.
Yeah, exactly. In the off season, honestly. Yeah. I've actually thought about a lot of stuff. Like number one, I don't know what you guys think about this, and we're at 5 hours and 20 minutes. So here I am rambling. Let me make a note to myself in the future. Hey, Rich, in the future, cut this part out of the podcast. We don't need it. There. Pretty cool, yeah? I'm talking to myself in the future.
Yeah.
But,
you need to do more, man. You need to do more monologues on the podcast anyway. I want to hear more of you.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I've done plenty during these lives. So the strategy is just take the lives. But no, you're right. I could have done one, say like today before pregame, but that's the other thing I'm learning, Dean. And I say this not to put on the pot. I'm just saying this as life advice. I think you got to really listen to or pay attention to your body. Like if you feel tired and you want to, and I know that had we won the last game, every time we win, there's this adrenaline rush, right? So that gives you the energy to keep going more and more. And that's what happened between game 7 and 1 and 2, because we won. The only problem was I spent the time doing interview after interview, and I have to rethink that. But there were like morning shoot around, and there was like an off day that had Brandon Pajemski and Looney and Steve, and it was just craziness. So today, every day, I want to do a podcast of some sort, and the problem is I gotta pay attention to how tired I am. It's kind of like Steph not playing in a back-to-back. It's like because I know I'm really tired already, and then I've got to get on here for 5 hours as well, and then that's like dominoes falling, and then it falls into the next day and the next day, and when I know that there's only 48 hours in between games, then it gets a little crazy, and I really have to I just made a decision. Yeah, I'm not going to do any podcasts until I feel healthy to do that. So I think I'll be able to do that. Maybe tomorrow, even though I have to go to the basketball gym to go open it up for Dave McMenamin of ESPN and Danny Emmerman to shoot his blicky. No, but
nice.
So sometimes I decide actually not to do certain work, which brings me to the next thing is I think next season I'm going to pivot and run a lot of content through the Discord, so that
great
most of the time, like, feature it so much, even post things on social media that direct people to the Discord and make it like really special. So, but I got to figure out how to price it correctly and things of that nature. But anyways, bottom line to is to make the Discord, because then some days I'll be on Discord a lot and updating things like today I made sure I had a lot of pregame stuff, so you can see on the previews and recaps. Look at all this pregame stuff, and there's even more than this, and you can go to other channels and search on videos. So if you search on, you make this full screen. Shoot. Oh, there you go. If you search on, I know what's happening. Search on video, you can get all the videos of that day, which is insane. How do I make this full screen? Let's see. It's too small. From user mentions history. Oh, there it is. History videos. So now we're searching on every video.
Oh, 20,798 results.
Really? Oh, yeah, there it is. That's
You're
sick.
the man, Rich.
You can never get that on Twitter. You can search videos a certain way in Twitter, but it's very hard. Convoluted. Anyways, I'm going on a tangent. Yeah. So that's in the future. Next live.
Beautiful. Great.
Let's see. Today's so Monday, 7 o'clock. I looked it up. 7 o'clock. Yay, we're back to 7 o'clock. Maybe that'll mess with the Wolves a little bit, huh? It'll be a 9 p.m. game.
Forget that. It'll help us, man. It'll help you and me.
Yeah.
So,
true.
7 o'clock would be way better.
Yeah.
Game basketball with the sun up. Come on. Weird.
Any last words here, Dean?
Last words. I got a final thought, which is I agree with you, Rich, that you need to listen to what your body needs. Sorry I wasn't able to do a post game last time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you've been busy too, man.
Yeah, but it's definitely time to lock in now on the Warriors. So
okay.
Anything that you need, Rich, just let me know. Anything you'd like me to change or improve or anything like that, I'm totally open. We got thick skin, so anything it is at all that you need, just let me know. And happy Mother's Day. Let's go, guys.
Yeah.
You got this.
Everybody. Oops. Oh, there it is. Cool. We believe it. We believe 2.0.
Yeah.
Rock the world.
Today he came back. He came here today talking about how he got a new blicky.
For the uninformed, what's a blicky?
You don't know about no blicky, man. You had a blicky? You told me you had a blicky growing up.
Yeah.
You was a shooter.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a blicky.
And brought day. Thanks, Dean. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you, Rich.
All right. Monday. See you Monday.